Greetings, everybody. My light looks weird. I'm going to be eating, let's see, greeting stage page. Oh, you know what? I'm tripping. Hold on. Okay. All right, let's see here. All right. Okay. All right, so we got a lot to do today. My brain hurts. I've been, I'm telling y'all, whenever I come up on here and I haven't been on here for some days, it means that I have literally been in this seat from morning till late in the evening trying to get up on this here internet. It's like that. It's like crazy like that. And I have a lot to talk to you about tonight. So I'm going to be eating while I'm doing that because I haven't gotten up from this chair in about 4 hours. So I'm just going to have to work with me. Okay. Okay. So, right there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. That there. All right. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook. Her body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Iyami Ajay, divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the ashe of every mother on earth to break every spell ever cast upon the mother and her children. In all timelines and in every dimension, Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning. Capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the EvoEmeTemp. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Mommy and I are one. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right. So I actually have some like a little schedule I'm gonna try to stick to. So for one, I don't miss anything, and two, so yeah, let's do that. 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 Yeah. That. I didn't get to that, so I can leave that last, I guess. Yeah. That. Okay. And okay, so that. Okay. And that. All right, I think I got everything. Hopefully this will give me like a little rhythm, because I got a lot. All right, got the books there. Let me make sure I got my eyeballs. All right. Of course not, because that would be too easy. All right. So, greetings, everybody. Actually, you know what? Let me make sure this thing is because IG be tripping sometimes. You feel me? Let me do this. Black is so beautiful. See, told you it was tripping. Oh shit. I knew it was tripping. Okay, so try it like that. I got so much to talk to y'all about tonight. Thank you, Java Watson, for the donation. Oh yeah, let me do the housekeeping before I get in a groove. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. See if that works now. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's try that now. Cool. Okay. So, housekeeping. If you want to support the work of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, you can do that several ways. So the first thing is you're going to get the email address, which is EvoEmeTemp That's EvoEmeTemp You can use that email address to either make a Zelle donation or a PayPal donation. If you would prefer to use Cashapp, the Cashapp is $Daughter of the Fates, Fates, Daughter of the Fates. If you would prefer to send a Venmo, it is Cassandra-Floyd, Cassandra-Floyd. That's Cassandra-Floyd, Floyd. You can also support through making a purchase on our Etsy store, which is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. You can also, if you're tuning in from IG, come on over here to YouTube and become a paid subscriber. I think right now there are about 5 tiers on there. And I think that's it right now. I'm gonna bust a move because again, I have been sitting up in this chair all day. I got up planning to do things and literally have not left the house, literally have not left the chair trying to get a live done this week because there's just so much going on. And I was like, all right, I got to put y'all up on game for the weekend, for the rest of the month, for the rest of the year, but particularly for this month. There is so much going on. And as you all know, these people stay playing games in y'all face. And so I got to make sure y'all up on game and we are on one accord so that we can make some moves out this bitch. We got moves to make. Like this mess is getting ridiculous. And so I got to put y'all up on game before we can be out here busting a move. You feel me? Okay. That I need. Yes. All right, cool. So the first thing I want to tell you is the first thing I want to tell you is that you have to this month in particular, as a matter of fact, not just this month. Yes, this month, but the whole year. And I feel like this has been done deliberately. The whole year, because I'm guilty of it. That's why I feel like it's been done deliberately. The whole year, okay? I know there's a lot going on, but the reason that you are perpetually, distracted and all of this stuff is because I'm telling you what the issue is, okay? And somebody out there gonna be mad. Somebody out there feelings gonna be hurt because you cannot hear. You feel me? And everybody's so easily triggered. You feel me? I'm gonna tell you what the issue is. The issue is 2 things, okay? It's multiple things, but they can be condensed down into 2 primary things. 3, 4, 4 primary things. But those 4 primary things are directly related. Okay? They're direct. 5. They're directly related. I need to be like writing. You know what I'm saying? Like on a board as I speak so I can see what I'm saying. You dig? So I can see what I'm saying. Yep. So I can see what I'm saying. All right. Okay. So what I mean when I say that there are 5 primary things that everything that's happening in the world, no matter how seemingly unrelated it is, can be condensed into these 5 things. All right. Oh my God. These 5 things. Okay. Because they just be playing in our face like that. See them 5 things right there? See that? Okay. So of those 5 things, all right, you have that. That. You have that. You have and that. Okay. So of those 5 things, this is what you got. This is just rough. This is just me going off the dome based on what I need to talk to y'all about. Okay. But of those 5, everything that's happening in the world, can be condensed into this. This is the center, and everything that's happening in the world is a string, a thread, a strand attached to these things happening right now in the world. And so you see how I have these 5 things listed out? I have them listed out this way for a reason. You got black in the center. You got the sun. I should have put the sun on the right. You should have the sun on the right. The female symbol over here on the left and here. The male symbol down here, it says religions. See that? And then you see war. Okay. Now, the reason I have this like this, and all of this is going to be covered in this tonight, is because for some time, I've been talking to you all. It started out as just a personal journey to understand my personal life, my personal relationship with money as it related to the planet Saturn, to my Capricorn moon. You feel me? My Capricorn moon, I, just accepting astrology the way that it had been handed to me, not being an astrologer, just assumed that it was my Capricorn moon and its placement, and that's why my money was always so dodgy, and I have not met my wealth yet. I always knew I was going to be rich since I was a little girl, but I just have not met my wealth yet, right? So I started a couple of years ago on this little journey with the planet Saturn and my placement with Capricorn moon, right? So I should put her, because I told y'all, until we make this breakthrough together, she always front and center. No matter what I'm talking about, Saturn is always front and center. She always up in it. She always up in the mix. Okay? All right, walk with me. So within the context, so since the winter solstice of this past year, December 21st, 2025, I told y'all that on the solstice, because we were transitioning into Capricorn season, into 2 months of Saturn season, Capricorn and Aquarius, right? That I was going to spend some significant time doing a deep dive on the planet Saturn. And the reason for that wasn't just the long trek for about a few years that I've been on with my personal Capricorn placement, but because I have been seeing, like most people, so much more than usual, so many videos coming out, so much information coming out, especially since the Epstein files came out. It's like giving a whole new life and enthusiasm to these long time videos about Saturn being, Satan, and Saturn being the devil. And all you have to do is learn the symbols and the signs of Saturn, and you can tell who in the industry, whether that's the music industry, whether that's movie industry, you can tell, whether it's religious folks, you can tell who is literally a part of like a satanic cult or whatever, because Saturn is always everywhere. And anytime you see signs and symbols of Saturn, then it means somebody, and Moloch. Moloch, y'all been talking about Moloch a lot, right? So all of these, especially since, because this stuff has been around as long as I can remember. People been talking about this stuff as long as I can remember. However, the files coming out gave it a whole new life, a whole new. I was like, and so I was really trying to understand as a scientist, as a political activist, as a historian, as a seeress, as a prophet, as a sibyl, like as a healer, like trying to understand the deeper insidiousness, the deeper purpose behind this phenomenon that's so outright now, when all these years it was very subtle, like the signs and the symbols of Satan, aka Saturn, aka the devil, aka demons, aka witches. That stuff has never been so overt. It was always just below the surface. It was always, you had to look for it if you knew to look. You know what I'm saying? But that's not the case. And it hasn't been the case for a while. I did a live for you guys. I think it was 2020 because I just, was it 2020? It was right before 2020. It was 2022. In January of 2022, the first week of January of 2022, I started teaching a workshop. That workshop was 7 weeks long. It was a paid workshop. And it was a Zoom workshop. And so for the 7 weeks leading up to America's First Pluto Returns, which started on February 20th of 2022, every weekend I was teaching a 2 to 3 hour workshop on the ways that we needed to be preparing for this collective and shocking transition that we as a country were about to make, because we were about to enter our first Pluto return. So that over that 7 week workshop, and it wasn't just me talking, I actually called on people to interview them about their area of expertise. So I had 2 people get on there to do a financial breakdown of the implications of us transitioning into our first Pluto returns. I had another sister who is a 30-year E5 priestess who talked about the transition in turn, or the syncretism between the planets and Greco-Roman mythology, and how that plays out in E5 mythology, right? So and then I had another sister who is Mayan, and she came and talked about the astrological significance of this of these movements based in Mayan cosmology and astrology. Long story short, doing that, one of the lives that I did during that period that I was teaching this workshop, we were reading a book. I don't remember what book it was, but we were reading a book at that time. And while reading that book, I was actively doing also a book club for the book. And I remember saying, it's 2026, this is 4 years ago. I remember saying 5 years ago, based on what I was experiencing, based on what we were witnessing, if we knew how to see that that these people that we have placed in positions of governance over us, that they were going to be deepening, they were going to be attempting to deepen our suffering. Not only that, specifically, I said that trying to understand this phenomena that I was talking about why all of a sudden all of these symbols that have always been in the music, in the culture, in the music videos, in film, in cinema, but always very, very subtle, why everything wasn't just overt. It was like, I don't get uncomfortable. And even for me, I was like, why they did You know what I'm saying? Like, what was the little boy name? Lil Nas X, and his little video where he giving the devil a lap dance. You know, it was like just over the top with this symbolism that used to be just subtle and hidden, you know, in plain sight. And that symbolism showing up as overtly as it had been. This is 2020 now. Well, I started teaching in 2019 because there was also a big event that happened in 2020 before the pandemic. So all this time that I'm teaching this, and I'm saying, as a political scientist, as somebody who has been involved, hardcore involved in political science, steeped in political history, as well as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, all of these things helping me to see a bigger picture. And I'm trying to understand why all of a sudden this thing that was a niche, you know, in the year 2000, 2001, the, you know, Illuminati takeover of hip hop and all of this stuff. Now it's butt naked in your face, literally shoved down your throat so hard and so often. I said, because there is a political reason why that is happening. That there is a political basis for that. I don't know what it is, because politically, I had always stayed away from, you know, conspiracy theories and, like, you know, especially conspiracy theories that have to do with like the devil and Satan and evil forces and all that bullshit. Like, that was not even on my radar. You feel me? But in trying to understand what I was witnessing, like, what would be the political basis to start going so hard and so overt in the symbolism around, you know, the boogeyman in whatever way that he presents himself at any given time, right? And I remember the organization that I was associated with politically for about 14 years. Every year we went to Europe to build the international version of this organization. And so we would do a week of conferences. And these, and in England at the time, this whole Illuminati takeover of hip hop thing was big. That's all. Anybody that was a political activist of whatever kind, hardcore black nationalist, Pan-African, it didn't matter. This whole idea of the Illuminati takeover of hip hop was huge. This whole thing about the Illuminati and the Freemasons and all of this shit, it was huge. And as the party, there wasn't no shit we had a position on. Like, there was no shit we had a position on, because in my mind, and I said so in one of these conferences, in my mind, it just seemed like this distraction of grand proportion to terrify people out of rebellion. That you get so caught up on the signs and the symbols and the evidence of the big bad boogeyman everywhere he hide and in every way that he presents himself, that it literally terrorizes you into retreat and submission. That was the position, right? And that was the position coming all the way up to the present that I had taken when I started really thinking about this into 2019, 2020. Okay, my position was this some bullshit. Okay, and you know what I'm saying? Like, anybody can get their ankles cut, bitch. You feel? I don't care. I don't give a damn how big a motherfucker is. His ankles can get cut. You feel me? So that was my position. But since I started teaching, now these were the things that I was thinking when I was just out in the world by myself, having left the party and all of that stuff. But once I started teaching, and I told y'all and y'all witnessing, once, you know, I'm a circular learner. I can be up in here for 16 hours studying by myself, not talking, writing down everything, and I can have breakthroughs like, damn, this is deep, right? But then when I speak, when I hear myself talk out loud, that activates something else that helps me to deepen the understanding of that which I'd already been, you know, studying on. Let's see. Shikava says the takeover of hip hop started with Dre, Cube, and Snoop. I'll be honest, sis, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. And I'm gonna get into that during this live because it's a huge component. It's a huge component of what I got to talk to y'all about tonight. But I don't agree with it. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna put a bookmark in there so I can tell you why. Man, let me go ahead. Because if I don't write it down, I'll forget. But it is a huge component. It's on my list of things to talk about more in depth. But I'm just doing a little intro right now. You feel me? So, oh, and you too, Sage Page, you were mentioning I'll go. It's also on my list of things to talk about today. All right. So anyway, once I removed that immediate resistance that I had to what I had been hearing, mostly, brothers and sisters who, they might be politically active, but they were much more hardcore about like the philosophical aspects of the Black experience, particularly this whole idea that was really popularized by Professor Griff from Public Enemy about the Illuminati takeover of hip hop and the the brainwashing of a generation of young people, right? So when I started teaching this in 2019, 2020, and this at the same time, these images, these movies, these things that were coming out that were just so much more in your face than they ever had been, I started thinking differently. Okay, like what am I looking at? There is a political basis for everything, whether we realize it or not. There is a political reason for everything. Now I have to get out of my own way to try to analyze what's the political reason to do something like this. What would be the political gain coming from this kind of program, this kind of propaganda, right? And since we've been in this walk with the goddess, how does she factor? How does she factor into this thing, right? And I'm saying this because what I understood watching some just constantly slowly like pulling out what I'm seeing, I said in 2020, when I was teaching this workshop on America's First Pluto Returns and witnessing some of the language that I was hearing, especially coming from conservatives, especially coming from evangelicals at that time, 2019, 2020. I said, oh my God, I see exactly why this has to be. I see exactly why this has to happen and the way that it's happening, particularly with the group of people that they are hyper focusing this shit on. It was every time you turn around, it was primarily young Black musical artists, young Black rappers, young Black women who had these images, this iconography, these symbols all hidden through their lyrics and through their videos in particular, that the industry was hyper concentrating this shit on, right? And so as soon as you started seeing that, you started hearing these YouTube videos from evangelicals in this slow murmur that was starting about see, this is the evidence of witchcraft. This is the evidence of witchcraft in Hollywood. And every time you turn around, quote, the evidence of witchcraft in Hollywood was somebody Black and female. 99.9% of the time. Anytime you were hearing some evangelical, Black, white, didn't matter, and they're talking about looking through these signs and symbols of this and that and this and that, and this is the evidence of diabolatry and devil worship and satanic cults and all the bad things, that the evidence always 99.9% of the time of this diabolatry taking over Hollywood were Black and female. We're Black and female. Every now and again, they might pull out a Madonna video. And every once in a blue moon, they may pull out a Lady Gaga video. Every now and some other time, they may pull out some white guy, but 99.9% of the time, when all of these videos, all of these mega churches, man, were calling for a reinstitution of the witch trials, and out the same side of their mouth when they talking about we need a president that's going to implement the witch trials, they talking about black women. Every time. Watching Negroid Nigerian preachers preaching to churches that got thousands of people in their churches. Everybody in the church, black chocolate as the day is long, talking about American black women being the face of diabolatry here in Hollywood. And I was clear then. So when Donald J. Trump took office and he beat a black adjacent woman to take office for his second term, and then his very first order of business was an attack on black women, I was clear. It was like all of those years catching up to a moment that they had been planning for. And so here we are a year later, and 650,000 plus black women have lost their jobs. Jobs that were known, professions that were known to be dominated primarily by black women. We ain't going to give you no more college funding for those occupations. The first experiment to see how willing the general population would be to accept the absolute rape of a black woman's body, talking about Georgia, right out of the gate. To see that sister was used, God, I don't remember her name, but that sister was used as a test subject, as a guinea pig, to see just how willing people would be to accept the turning of a human being into an unwilling incubator for a child under the auspice of the sanctity of the child. I'm talking about that nurse in Atlanta, in Georgia, who was murdered by the hospital that she went to in the first place. And when they realized they had messed up, put her on an incubator, though officially dead. And this sister lingered in her body. The baby, man, lingered in the body of a corpse mechanically kept alive. For this white boy, governor of Georgia, to prove a point and to monitor the general population. How willing would they be to accept the reduction of black women again to lifeless, animated incubators for the growing of wealth? And mom was the word. The only people making outrage were people there in the immediate area and the parents of this young woman. But y'all don't care about black people in general. And you most certainly, absolutely do not care about black women. And until we have this conversation, I've been sitting here, I'm telling you, in this chair since Monday. Get out, run around the block really quick to keep the blood flowing, and come right back and sit up in this chair. And I'm watching these videos because you are all distressed. You are all afraid and upset. And I haven't seen a person yet. I'll be honest. And you may call this an audacious statement. You may call it an arrogant statement. I could give a fuck. But I haven't seen it. I've been watching thousands of hours of goddamn videos in here. And I haven't seen a person yet. Not black, not brown, not red, not yellow, not rich, not poor, not activist, not apathetic. Come to the right conclusion about what it is we are all living through in this moment. And the only way to come to a conclusion about how to rectify it all is to understand what it actually is to face the very deep, 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 uncomfortable truth of what it is before we can resolve our suffering once and for all. We can't do that yet. Because, baby, everybody will tiptoe and dance around the issue of the day. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. And I know you ain't stupid. I know you ain't stupid. Because I done seen some really brilliant, and I don't say brilliant easily. I've seen some really well-made, very brilliant videos over the last week about current events, the states of affairs, this and that and this and that. Really brilliant. And as brilliant as every one of those videos were, waiting, because I'm like, oh shit, they close. They might say it. Come on, come on, come on. I said, I said, How does this relate to my introduction here? How does it relate? And it occurred to me, I went up last night because I have been sitting in this chair for a week, man. I know I'm on the brink. I know I'm not crazy. I know I'm on the brink, and I'm going to tell you the answer is so clear. And because it is so clear, you will forever attempt to evade what must be done. You will. I went up on the mountain yesterday because I've been sitting in this chair all day. I said, let me go on up here and at least walk around for a little bit, stretch my legs. But I took my little notebook and some paper because as soon as the blood get to pumping, ideas start coming. So I took my little paper up there, sat out on the grass in front of the observatory. And as soon as I sat down, I'm telling you, as soon as I sat down, I was like, oh my God. Yes, it is just that easy. Holy shit. I said, oh my God. I've been teaching y'all for so long now about yin and yang theory and how when the yang, aka the sun, the fire, that energy rises too high, how to destroy everything, right? It'll make you crazy. It'll destroy everything. It'll give you heart attacks and aneurysms and strokes and all the things, right? And I'm always talking about identifying, like helping you to understand this concept of yin yang theory and how it applies to everything in the world, everything in the universe. It applies to everything. And if you can take the medical idea of yin and yang and then superimpose it on the world, you can see where the disharmonies are, how to bridge the gap in the disharmonies, right? And so we've been talking about, been calling it what? The age of the sun gone rogue, right? The age of the desert. That's what I've been calling it, right? Where the sun is so separate in his perception, so separate from his relationship to the mother, to the divine feminine, that he is threatening to destroy the entire world by fire. This is the language, right? And so I was telling y'all maybe about 2 years ago, it struck me, this idea about how the sun gone rogue in the medicine, what it means when they call it yang ascendant or yang ascending or yang ascendant. Or fire blazing out of control. These are the diagnoses, right? The diagnoses. And how when the fire is unanchored or the yang is unanchored, the fire goes up in your head, right? And so it may start off simple, like nightmares or dream disturbed sleep. As soon as you go to sleep good, you have another nightmare and it jerks you up out of your sleep, right? Dream disturbed sleep in its earlier stages, right? But then if it goes on without being treated, right, it'll start to, quote, harass the heart. Once it starts to harass the heart, now you have mental illness. It can be anything from lower level depression or highs and lows, manic depression, bipolar disorder, or it can be severe like psychopathy, sociopathy, or schizophrenia. If it continues, this liver fire harassing the heart, or yang ascending, blazing out of control, right? Then it could end up where, if it goes untreated for a long period of time, where you have a stroke, or you have an aneurysm, right? You have some type of you have a stroke, heart attack. You could have a heart attack, or you could have aneurysm, issues of the head. Okay. And if this is a diagnosis that you can see clearly, thinking about yin and yang and the fire blazing so much because the yin is not strong enough to anchor it, to draw it down, then you can diagnose our earth politically with the same thing. The sun, the SUN and the SON, the sun blazing out of control in his psychopathy, in his sociopathy, blazing out of control, yin not strong enough to anchor her sun, threatening to destroy everything on earth by fire. Okay. And so I was like, and so one of the things that I've been telling you guys is that when you experience what you call a psychological disorder in Chinese medicine, when you have a psychological disorder, it primarily involves two organs, the liver and the heart. But the heart is the main organ because the heart is said to house the shin, to cover and house the shin. The shin is the mind, not the brain. It's what's in the mind. It's your conscious mind and subconscious mind. That is controlled by the heart. The brain matter is controlled by the kidneys, but the mind, the consciousness, is controlled by the heart. Okay. The liver is considered the mother of the heart. That's why those two main organs are most implicated when there is some type of serious psychological disorder. Okay. And so the heart is the fire element. I wasn't even going to talk about this, but it's a good segue. The heart is already the fire element. It's a nourishing fire. That nourishing fire is bridled by the other four elements: earth, water, metal, and wood. Earth, metal, water, and wood. These are major yin components that are keeping the fire nourishing, right? You want the fire going all the time so that it nourishes, it warms, it supports, it calms. And so any weakness in any of these four elements, not enough water in the water element, you know what I'm saying? Too much damage to the earth element, too much stress on the wood element. Any number of those things can throw off the fire to where it typically, not all the time, but typically it'll be in excess. It'll be in excess. And so this is problematic. And if you're thinking about like superimposing, like I am, what does my understanding of this medicine, how does it translate in a language and in a way that regular everyday people who didn't go to Chinese medicine school can understand clearly what I'm talking about? Transitioning from an individual patient to a bigger patient, because we all won up on this joint. We all won up in this joint. So that's why I'm always telling y'all, if one person on the planet is crazy, everybody's crazy, bitch. If one person on the planet is sick, everybody's sick to one degree or another. We up on this joint singularly. And so there is an element, there is an aspect of us. There is an aspect of the one that is so far in its perceived, God, hold on. There is, I have to look it up, but it's, what is it called? It's called, hold on, let me look for it really quick, because this is something else. Hold on. Oh, son of a bitch. Man. Hold on. Sorry about that, y'all. Hold on. Come on. All right, hold on. There is a diagnosis that explains what I am talking about. Syndromes. Is it syndromes? I think it might be syndromes. Yes, I think it's syndromes. Maybe it's pathology. Let me see if it's maybe it's pathology. Pathogenesis. Hold on. Okay. Okay, no, it's not that. I've never seen it in practice, so that's why I'm fighting to remember what the diagnosis is. I mean, I know it theoretically, but I have never seen it in practice. Let's see. Oh, I think this might be it. Exterior syndromes. Where my glasses at? Ooh, where empty X. Okay. Oh, hold on. I think I might actually have it written in my little book from my let's see, I think I might have it in here actually. Because when I say it to you, you'll be like, oh shit, no, I can totally see that. All right, let's see. I know it's in here because it's called collapse of collapse of when I tell you what it is, you're gonna totally be able to understand it. Oh, I know it's in here. Let's see, desire. Guess what? I love going back through this stuff. Like, I took such great notes when I was in school, but there's an acupuncture point. And so when you learn the acupuncture points, you learn what they're indicated for. Like when people tell you what their symptoms are, if they say something weird or off the wall, then that's the indication, right? Or you can have a Western medicine indication. Do they have, headaches? That only happen behind the eyes or whatever, right? So I was just looking at this one. It's called Kidney One, and it has what it's used to treat, like what it's, what it's called for. But it also says that there is another really funny implication for Kidney One. If a person says that they have a desire to kill, you would use Kidney One because it is an indication, but it's what I was just talking to you about. It's an indication when a person says, I have a desire to kill somebody, right? It is an indication of a disharmony between the kidneys, the brain matter, and the heart, the mind. Isn't that something? Kidney One, to harmonize communication between the kidney and the heart. But I just landed on that. But anyway, that's not what I was going to talk about, but I just ran up on it. That's cute. I forgot about that. Okay. Where is it? I know it's in here. I know it's in here because I hadn't seen it. Let's see. I might have to just look it up in this big book because regulates. Okay. No. No. It is called. I know it's in here. I remember writing it. Yeah. It's called The Collapse of Yang. Let's see. Yep. I found it. Okay. Listen. Okay. Walk with me. So Yang. This is nowhere near what I was going to talk to you about, but it'll be a good segue. This is Yang. The white part, right? This is Yang. Ooh, this is Yang. Okay. So Yang is everything big, boundless, borderless, big power, big energy, big, right? It's the sun, it's fire, it's ether, it's air, it's all the things. It's testosterone. It's just big, exuberant energy, right? So this diagnosis is called, is this going to apply? I don't know if it's going to apply. Is it the collapse of yin? It is the collapse of yin. Ooh, it's the collapse of yin. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's the collapse of yin. God damn. Y'all got to walk with me because, yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Let me write that down so I don't forget it because it's not in here. I just had the collapse of yang. Hold on. I do not want to forget this. But I'm going to have to look up this pathogenic factor really quick. All right. It is. So, is collapse of yin. Let me see if the symptoms match. All right. Let me see if it shows. This y'all, this I don't know why I didn't. Emergency diseases and exogenous pathogens. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Wind stroke. All right. What are the symptoms? No. Okay. So syncope is emotional disturbances, rigid limbs, clenched jaws, fits of anger. No. Sunstroke, maybe. Headaches, dizziness, profuse sweating, hot skin, coarse breathing, thirst, headache, dire thirst, shortness of breath. Then collapse, loss of consciousness. Hey man, the collaterals, kidney, chi deficiency or kidney collapse. That might. Heart phlegm fire and liver yang rising. I don't know that. That could work too. I think. All right, so I'm gonna have to save that for another day. But because I cannot find, I'm gonna have to look it up online because I cannot find I can't find Yin Collapse. This book too big to be just trying to thumb through. I can't find it. Heart disease, 4 directions. Damn, what a dope ass analogy though. You know what? I know it doesn't seem related, but I am actually glad. I'm actually glad I took this little journey because sooner than we care to sooner than we care yes, sooner than we care to think about it's gonna be summer. It's gonna be summer. And these crackers is gonna be trying to play in your face because they know what you don't know. Let's see. Hosting guest. Yeah. They're counting on you not knowing what they know to take advantage. Let's see. Come on, man. Where's that cool? All right. Yeah. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to look it up later and save it for the next go round. But we gonna need to know that collapse of yin. Okay. So I'll explain a little bit using collapse of yang. So all collapse means is when assume that this is you. Assume this is you because it is, right? This everybody, this you. All right. And when you experience a collapse that occurs between yin and yang, it means that at least theoretically, there is a perception that one is so weak that it collapses, therefore not leaving the other the ability to do what it's supposed to do. There is a perceived separation between yin and yang. It's perceived because there is no such thing as space, not in your body, not in the earth, not in the universe. There's no such thing as space. Everything is full. And so there's only the perception of separation, at least where the theory is only a perception of separation. But that when the disharmony gets so extreme, typically either because it's a serious pathogen. So like say you develop cholera, say you contract cholera and it causes a yin collapse because cholera can cause a yin collapse. That's a great, man, I'm a genius. I'm just going to tell y'all in real time, bitch is a genius. All right. Cholera is a great example because you get some little, let me write this down because this shit is genius. God damn it. This shit is genius. Shit. Cholera is a great example of yin collapsing. God damn it. So what happens in cholera is some foreign fucking invader walk with the analogy. Some foreign fucking invader comes in to your body, typically through water, right? So the foreign invader, we'll call him cholera today. You understand? So he comes in, right? And this agent cholera is very fast acting. Okay. And so the way we are taught is that your objective with cholera, because it causes so much damage so fast, and typically its nickname is hemorrhagic fever. Hemorrhagic fever. What hemorrhagic fever is that it's is that it causes so much internal heat that the organs start to fail. That heat causes dehydration, and then that dehydration and the heat together is what causes the organs to fail. So the objective with cholera, because typically it'll run its course in 7 days if you can keep the person from dehydrating. All right. So that's when you get, like, what do they call it? Hydration fluid, right? You make homemade hydration fluid and you give it to them in sips because they are experiencing alternating vomiting and diarrhea. Okay. And so they're purging all of their fluids. They're purging all of their fluids either through vomiting or through diarrhea. And so if you give them water, they'll throw it up, right? But you got to keep them hydrated so they don't die. And so you give them little teaspoons of the hydration solution to keep their organs from failing from the intensity of the heat of the condition and the dehydration, the purging from both ends, right? But if you don't do that, if you do not give them hydration fluid, right, then what'll happen is there's not enough yin. Can y'all see this over here? There's not enough yin substance in the body that is being violently aggressed upon by a yang, aka son, because in this relationship, this is the mother, this is the son. Okay. So the harmonious union represented by yin and yang is the relationship between the mother and the son. Okay. So the yin substances, that's the nausea, the vomiting, that's the diarrhea and vomiting. That's yin. That's yin substances. So the yin organs, your internal organs, because you have yin organs and you have yang organs. Okay. The yang organs that are inside your body, the yang organs are the reason that you are expelling all your yin substance. Diarrhea comes from your internal yang organ, small and large intestines, right? Your yang organs, your gallbladder, your spleen, but your gallbladder in particular, those are yang organs, right, are causing the projectile vomiting. So it is your yang organs in rebellion. That's what it's called. Your yang child, I am having a whole fucking breakthrough right now. Your yang organs in rebellion. What are they rebelling against? What can yang only rebel against? The yin. What can the son only rebel against? The mother. If the mother is too weak, the son can rebel against the mother, subdue the mother, murder the mother. If the mother is too weak to anchor and cover her son can rebel against her and cause her, the whole unit, to die because the son can't live without the mother. Do you hear what I'm telling you? The son can, this one unit. The son cannot live without the mother. But the son, because yang is so exuberant. Lao Tzu, who comes up with this idea, Lao Tzu says that that in all things embrace the yang, meaning hold the yang, like cover the yang. Because if you do not embrace the yang, if you don't anchor him, if you don't put your arms around him, he'll trash it all. He'll trash everything. Think about a 2-year-old child. Think about a 2-year-old white child. I know y'all black folks know this. You go to the South and then black people be talking about why them white folks don't ever make their kids act right in public and this and that and this and that. That little 2-year-old white baby is literally the personification of unbridled yang. Because he is white, he is male, white, masculine, positive. That little 2-year-old white baby is literally the condensed super version of what I'm trying to teach you right now. That child who he say, "Mama, can I have this?" Mama tired. She ain't trying to hear. She ain't slept. She ain't got no help. You feel me? And so she like, "No, you can't have anything, dear." And he's like, "But I want it." And he starts throwing things and ripping shit off the fucking thing. He lay down on the floor and he just started kicking. That's this. That's this. And because he a little baby, you feel me? All he can't do too much damage. All the little 2-year-old can do is rip some shit down or whatever, make his mama life a little bit like hell. But that's as much damage as he can do. Now imagine that this baby is a goddamn grown ass Donald J. Trump. Because that's what he represents in this period. Imagine that little 2-year-old baby who can't do much damage is a motherfucking, how old is Donald Trump gonna be in June? Like 78 or some shit? A 78-year-old goddamn Donald Trump, a patriarch that is still an infant, but now has power, now has the ability in power to subdue the mother. Not recognizing that if he subdues the mother, he destroys the whole planet. But he represents the madness of the sun gone wrong. Remember me telling you about psychopathy and sociopathy, narcissistic disorder, manic depression, bipolar disorder. All of those things are a condition of too much fire in the head. This is your heaven right here. You understand? And so you want a harmonious fire in the heaven. If you have too much fire, too much sun in the head, then it every time is going to cause some type of mania. And the reason that this is interesting is because when I tell you everything in the world, every single solitary thing identifiable can be explained by understanding how the disharmonies can manifest themselves in this little diagram right here. Everything, right? And so I was teaching on here yin yang theory once, like an actual workshop, and I don't know what I was talking about, but I was talking about this, but I don't know what made it come to me. I started thinking about the song that came out in like the late 70s, early 80s, blinded by the light, wrapped up like a deuce. I don't know the rest of it, but that lyric, blinded by the light, blinded by the light, it's a rock and roll song, right? Out of nowhere, all these years I've been teaching this, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Everything that we are witnessing can be explained by that one lyric, blinded by the light. That's it. It can explain everything. When you have a black ass head, your head's supposed to be black. This is a good way to go into what I'm going to talk to you. Your head's supposed to be black. It ain't supposed to be black. It is black. Your skull, your heaven, just like the heaven that you can see outside, is black. It's always been black. It will forever be black. Heaven is black. But because for the last 6,000 years, the focus in the collective consciousness of deity, of what deity looks like, what deity presents like, shifted from the night sky and centered the daylight sky. See, up until that point, the daylight sky had been collectively around the world seen as the child. As a matter of fact, we see it. Let me see. I ain't gonna go all that. But we see it when we see the hieroglyphics talking about the goddess Nut. And she is pictured like she's almost like her body is like a rainbow, but her body is the Milky Way galaxy, right? And she's got all these stars in her body. She's pictured black and blue. She's got all these stars in her body. And because she's bent over like a rainbow, her little titties is hanging down. And so all the people on the earth, because she's bent over like a rainbow on top of the earth, and all the little babies of the earth are drinking from her titties that are pouring down milk, heavenly milk, the Milky Way galaxy, pouring down heavenly milk to feed the babies of the earth. And the other thing that you see, if you look close, when you see this image of the goddess Nut, is that as she is bent over like a rainbow over the earth, the sun and the moon are transitioning through her body. The sun always transitioning through her body in their movement to her children. The thing is centered around us, Earth, and this relationship for how the heavenly bodies move through our mother to support us, to support our lives. And so, in this relationship, in this story of the goddess Nut as the Milky Way, as the whole sky, as the whole universe, right? And the Milky Way, our galaxy, being the heavenly manna, the heavenly milk that pours from her boobies, right? And you can see the sun as her son moving through her. And so all these primordial, quote, goddess centered religions centered the night sky and everything that you could see in the night sky. We wouldn't have any of these stories if it was daylight all the time. The daylight is the baby, the daylight is the sun. And so even when people see the yin and yang and they say it's about balance, it's about the union between divine feminine and sacred masculine, and in their collective mind's eye, they think husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, boo and boo baby daddy or some shit. They always think about man, woman, as opposed to mother, son. This is the dynamic that represents harmonious union. And there's an explanation for this, because the yin, where your own body is concerned, the yin that is dominant, because it's the mama. The yin represented by your body are your vital internal organs. It is your heart, your spleen, your liver, your kidneys, and your lungs. These are the vital, quote, yin organs. Each yin organ has a yang partner or supporter. Yang supports, covers, and protects the mother, but not as a I'm the king, head of the household. No, I am the mother's son. And if I want to survive, I got to make sure I do my job to keep the mother covered so that she can do, supported so she can do her work. Because if she don't live, I ain't gonna live. That's the explanation according to the theory, according to the medicine, that the yin, the internal, is the mother, and she, through getting what she needs, nourishes, fortifies her protective son who lives on the exterior of the body. So everything on the exterior of the body, your hair, your eyes, your mouth, nose, every opening, every orifice, your skin, and your internal, external organs, your internal yang organs are considered outside the body in Western medicine. Everything from the mouth to the anus is considered outside the body. Did you know that? In Western medicine, everything from the mouth to the anus is considered outside the body. So when you consume food and it goes through the esophagus and it goes into the stomach and it goes into the duodenum and it goes into the small intestines and then into the large intestines, that food that you consume is still considered outside your body until what you need from that food is absorbed through the walls of the small and large intestines, where what they call it separating the turbid from the pure. The pure goes into the your inside of your small and large intestines, looks like little fingers. Okay, and so they're constantly moving everything along. In the deep of those little fingers, you feel me, is where the what you need from what's passing through goes and enters into, becomes a part of you through entering into the arteries, veins, and lymphatic vessels that lay between each one of these villi along your small intestines. So the process of what they call the pit, right? The pit is the separation of the turbid or the evil from the pure. Every story ever told is about you. I just want to reiterate that. I'm going to continue to reiterate that. Every story ever told, every mythology, every religion, every scripture, every word is about you and how you are a mini version. You are a reflection. You are the mere reflected image of your mother, who is God. Yup. Every story. And that's why they always try to keep you from other stories, because you would see clearly. You would see clearly if you were to read basic yin yang theory, basic 8 principles, basic 5 elements theory. You would be like, oh my God, why does shit sound like the Bible? You would. Every story ever told is about you. Who is you? God. Multiple gods? One God. One God. What do we say in the conspiracy? She with 10,000 names. She with unlimited names. She as her son, so and so, and this and that. She as her daughter, so and so, and this and that. She as her singular. One God. Let me go ahead and finish this up because I ain't even intend to talk about this, but it's important. Okay. So here, because the diagnosis for the earth, bitch, is yin collapse. It's yin collapse. What happens in a collapse is, again, whether it's a yang collapse or a yin collapse, one is weak. One is too weak to support the other. And so the way that the symptoms show up, it looks like a separation. That's why they call it a collapse. It said, as a matter of fact, one of the things it's talking about, the separation of yang or the separation of yin, that one becomes so weak it appears to split them apart from each other. And have I not been talking about this for the last 6 months? Have I not been talking about the perception of separation between mother and son? Somebody shout me out. Have I not been talking about this for 6 months? That everything wrong with the earth is because of the perception of separation, division, right? And we can see it everywhere. We can see it in the language. When I tell you, we can see it everywhere. I'm gonna mess y'all up real quick because we're gonna pivot. Somebody do me a favor and search the etymology for the word. One of y'all search the etymology for the word diverse. Put it in the subject header. Another one of y'all search the etymology for the word inclusion. Somebody else search the etymology for the word divine. Put all 3 of those etymologies up in there while I pivot. That's what's wrong with the earth. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do a deep dive, but off the top of my head, I think we are suffering from a yin collapse, because the yang is blazing out of control. You feel me? And the yin is not strong enough to reach up. That's the language. The yin has to be strong enough to reach up, grab the yang, and pull it down to anchor the yang. That's the language. That's the treatment protocol. When you diagnose somebody, you say this was wrong, this was wrong, this was wrong. You give them the diagnosis. You feel me? If it's yin collapse, then now once you give them the diagnosis, you have to come up. You have to formulate a treatment protocol. That is the equivalent of a prescription. We call it a point prescription. But the treatment protocol is going to be, if it is yin collapse, then it is going to be to nourish and strengthen the yin and simultaneously subdue the yang. That's the language in the medicine, is to subdue is to calm and subdue the yang, while at the same time nourishing and strengthening the yin, so that the yin is strong enough to draw down and keep down the yang by anchoring and subduing the yang. That's the treatment protocol. That's earth right now. I hope y'all hear me. The treatment protocol is to strengthen and nourish the mother, bitch. It's to strengthen and nourish the mother, while simultaneously, because strengthening and nourishing her is what's going to give her the strength and fortification to reach up and grab her son. In this scenario, guess what her son is called in the medicine? Guess what her son is called? He's called rebellious. That's not me. I'm telling you, that's the language in the. Her son is called rebellious. She is too weak to anchor and calm the rebellion in her son. And tell me that ain't the world. Tell me that ain't the world. Okay, let me look at these. These etymologies y'all sent me over here. Let's see. Okay. Diverse. This is the etymology of the word diverse. Different in kind, not alike, essentially different. 14th century, a specialized use of divers. In some cases, probably directly from diversus, turned different ways. Good. Okay, next. Let's see. Okay, that's continuing with the same one. Same etymology, diverse, right? That's that word y'all just love so much, right? Disagreeable, unkind, hostile, diverse. The differentiation in spelling perhaps is an analogy to converse or traverse, and meaning prevailed after 1700. The sense of including and promoting of previously underrepresented minority identities. Isn't that something? How the meaning of the word, the essence of the word, completely flipped upside down. How that happen? Completely flipped upside down. Keep going. Inclusion. 1600, circa 1600. Act of making a part of. Isn't that something? From the Latin inclusionium, a quote, shutting up, a confinement. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? That definition there. Huh? Isn't that something? The complete inversion of what you think in your head diversity and inclusion means. Somebody, sir, go ahead and do what do y'all call it? The diversity, equity, and inclusion. Somebody go ahead and search the etymology of equity. Do that. Do that. And I'm gonna walk myself back. That was good for me. Because one of the things I've been thinking about, I don't know how I'm gonna pull it off, but today I was thinking about, does anybody does anybody know what a filibuster is? Anybody know what a filibuster is? I might need to get up and get something to drink. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Does anybody know what a filibuster is? Okay. Let's see what you got here. Okay, somebody looked up my word divine. All right. Circa 1400. This is divine, okay? Pertaining to, of the nature of, this ain't the one I wanted. Pertaining to, of the nature of, or proceeding from God or a God, addressed to God, from the old French, divine, devin, divinus, of God, blah, 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 blah. That's not the one I wanted. Let's see. To a God, inspired, prophetic, relating to Deus, Deus, God, deity, and the Deu comes from, the root is Deu, which means to listen. When I tell, all right. So from the root du or deu, which means to shine. In derivatives, sky, heaven, or God. That's divine. What did I segue to? Because I have my own etymologies I was planning on sharing with you tonight. This leads right to it. The word black, its etymology. Absolutely dark, absorbing all light, of the color of soot or coal, which was reconstructed from the what is it? The Proto-Germanic blackus, Blakaz, which means burned. It means to burn, to gleam, to shine, to flash, or to scorch, to blaze, to glow. Also, blackus, Proto-Germanic, can also mean, because of its root, let's see, its root means pale, bright, black, pale, bright, flash, shine. What did it say over here? Shine. Okay, hold on. Then another, I think, Sanskrit word for black is Abbas, Abhas, which means shining, glistening. Does that sound like the night sky? Shining, glistening? Then the Latin for black, albus, Albus, and albus, albos, Albhos, like Albus Dumbledore, maybe? I don't know. That's what I thought. But this means those words that were mentioned under black means white, under black, white, shining complexion. It comes from the surname B-L-A or B-L-K or B-L-A-C or B-L-A-E-C or B-L-A-K-A-Z or B-L-A-K-K-R or B-L-A-C. Is that shocking? Is that surprising? Is that surprising? That definition that I gave you with the white, bright, pale, pale in complexion. Hold on, wait, what's the other one? Shining, flash, gleam, glow, bright, pale. Is it surprising? I just spent an hour telling y'all that everything comes from here. Everything comes from here. That black ass guy outside, everything comes from here. Everything comes from here. Right? So her son that is white comes from right here. Right? That the BLA is also the root for the quote Spanish word white, which is what? Blanca. Did you know that the root word of black and the root word of white are the same. And then we just go over here and look up what divine mean, and it says to shine. Didn't black say that here? To shine, to blaze, bright, pale, glow, flash. About black, and then your deal or dale means to shine. Isn't that something? I'm just saying. All right. Let's see. Heaven, right? Do. So the reason I read this, and the reason that I told y'all to do that is because I was talking about blinded by the light. Blinded by the light. Wrapped up like the deuce, do, right? That song. And I was like, oh shit, it explains everything. Because and this was happening globally, and nobody is talking about this. Nobody. When I say hidden in plain sight, nobody is talking about this. This is what struck me up on the mountain last night as the sun was going down. For the better part of 6,000 years, with no explanation, because I'm convinced it's known, just hidden. I am convinced that all of these professionals, these archaeologists, these anthropologists, these psychologists, these mathematicians, what do they call them? These polymaths, these scientists, these astronomers, these astrologers, these psychologists, these philosophers, you name the speciality, the religions, the gurus, the shamans, the yogis, the teachers, the imams, the rabbis, the popes, who else? The nuns, everybody. When you talk about a goddamn global conspiracy, this is it. Everyone in their speciality has made a secret oath to protect the one secret. The one secret. And that secret is that heaven is black. It's that simple. That heaven is black. And heaven isn't away from us. Heaven is right outside. Heaven on earth is right outside the door. You perceive it every day of your life. But to make something such a globally agreed upon acceptable secret, and to make a pledge from father to son, from through secret societies and all of this shit, that you will never let on to anyone how they can end their suffering forever. Heaven is black. That's not a political statement. It's not a philosophical statement. It's not a statement of opinion. It's not conjecture. It's not make believe. It's none of that shit. It's 10:49 right now here in California. Walk your motherfucking ass outside. Heaven is black. Heaven is black. Not only black, pitch fucking black. Can't, if we weren't subdued by light pollution, go outside, cut all your lights off, and try to see your hand this close in front of your face. Jet black, all consuming, all pervasive. As a matter of fact, that was another thing I looked up tonight. Look at how this shit just rolling. I don't want to get too far off because I have a story to tell you that y'all aren't going to believe. But let me just tell you, all pervasive, the black outside. Okay, it was one of the later things I wrote down. Let's see here. Y'all aren't gonna believe the story that I have to tell you about what happened last night. As a matter of fact, here it is. Okay, so pitch black. So I was on another thing somewhere over here, and I was I just did a quick search for end of the world according to Hinduism, right? Because everybody got an end of the world story. So I look up one version of the Hindu end of the world story, which centers around this deity called Kalkia or Kalki or Kalkia, right? Either way. He is said to be the last incarnation of the god Vishnu. All right. He will come in the last days of he will arrive in the last days of the Kali Yuga. His arrival will signal the end of the Kali Yuga and the simultaneous heralding into the Satya Yuga. The Satya Yuga, right? And that when Kalki arrives, he will be arriving on a white horse. And so I Googled some images of Kalki. And Kalki, like so many other deities that represent this period in human history, no matter the tradition, no matter the religion, I kept saying, why am I seeing this everywhere? It was like right in front of my face, but I'm like, why am I seeing this shit everywhere? What does it mean? You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about how every single one of these deities, no matter what the tradition, is that when they come, the last Adam, when they come, the Kalki, when they come, the soul Invictus that I've been talking to y'all about for the last 3 weeks, that when they come, the personification on their head will be the sun, but it will not be the sun that just looks like a solid halo anymore. It will be a sun that has these long, brilliant rays that look like individual kind of spiky rays. So I look up an image of Kalki, who is supposed to usher in what they say, Kalki, whose name means dirt, filth, sin. Kalki is the destroyer of filth. His final incarnation, he is the final incarnation of Vishnu. And he represents the end of the Kali Yuga, the end to moral decay. His arrival will mark the simultaneous end of the Kali Yuga and the heralding into the beginning of the Satya Yuga, which the Satya Yuga is said to be the golden age of all the yugas, where Dharma, in the form of a bull, Dharma in the form of a bull will reign, and will reign and annihilate all wickedness. And so, going all the way back to the beginning of my intro, I was like, why are we seeing this bull everywhere? Moloch. Everybody talking about Moloch and sacrificing babies and eating babies. I was like, why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? Why they see Moloch everywhere? Why they got bulls everywhere? And I mean everywhere. I drove in the city one day, said, I'm going to take a picture of everything that looks like a ritual in real time. Just driving my car. Every billboard, sign, anything that looked like a ritual, like they playing games in your face, from my house to my friend's house, I'm going to take a picture. In a 35-minute drive from my house to the beach, I took 4 photos of billboards that had an image of a bull on it. I said, what the fuck is they playing at? Why they keep doing that? You feel me? It says Satya Yuga is known as the age of truth, when humanity is governed by God and every manifestation or work is close to the purest ideal, and humanity will allow intrinsic goodness to rule supreme. So I read that, and I'm going to tell you again, you have, this period is calling on us to be discerning. And what have I always told y'all up on here? That while patriarchy is the global God on earth, anything that a patriarch has said, has professed, has written, assume the opposite. Because what are we saying all the time? God damn it. What are we saying all the time? That the reason the Bible said there ain't nothing new under the sun is because these motherfuckers don't literally took everything that the mother ever said, ever did, ever represented, and just flipped that motherfucker upside down and gave it back to us as them. That's what they did. That's not figurative, baby. That's literal. That's why we can look at these etymologies and we say they got rid of DEI and shit, and we got our fucking panties in a bunch, and we are all upset and shit because white people just seem to hate us and all of this shit. And I've been telling y'all for a week, some weeks. I know y'all are not comfortable with it. We have to break out of this motherfucker ourselves. We have to do that. And the only way that we can do that is to understand how even something as seemingly insignificant as language has been used against us to take the power and the force of our collective singular ashe as human beings on earth, as creators on earth. Take our ashe and literally, it's like they literally deliberately went in these places, these closed doors, these secret societies, and flipped all language, literally inverted all language. That's why I be telling y'all, don't be looking for the meanings of words. Search the etymology, search the Greek etymology, the Latin etymology, and most definitely the Hebrew etymology to find the essence of the word, because every single time you'll see how they have literally inverted all language to have you constantly speaking spells against yourself. And I'm telling you, I've been talking to y'all about the miasm and the concept of the miasm and the miasma, right? This quote, spiritual pollution that will follow one from generation to generation until it is resolved. I got so much to tell you. I can't go off on this. I got so much to tell you. And I got to tell you now, because I don't want it to become midnight before I tell you. Let me tell you what happened last night. So let me go back to my notes so I don't get off. Let me tell you what happened last night. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to go back to this, but I have to tell you what happened last night. So one of the things that I have to talk to you about is about the astrology for the next 4 days. It's huge. It's significant. And these motherfuckers are plotting and scheming. I don't know if y'all been watching the news about what Donald Trump has lined up for this weekend, but it is because of the astrology for this week. That is why he's doing it. There is no other reason. There's no other reason, no other explanation. The reason that he is planning what he is planning this Sunday is because of the astrology for the next 4 days. So I got to talk to you about the astrology so we can plot and scheme, okay? But the first thing I want to tell you about, because the astrology, and I haven't even been paying attention. It's been so long since I talked to y'all about astrology, but it's been so huge, I can feel it in my body without even paying attention, right? And so I'm doing all this study yesterday to try to put y'all up on game about what's coming down the pike with the astrology. And so I was on this fucking computer yesterday from 1:30. Yeah, I got home about 1:30. From 1:30 to 3:49 in the morning. I'm not exaggerating. Till 3:49 this morning. So I got about 16 tabs open. Searches. Let me tell you what happened. So I started by just because I was watching all these videos about the etymology. I was listening to, like, I had 3 things playing. I had my laptop playing, my phone playing, and the goddamn TV playing. I'm telling y'all, it's crazy up in here. So, and then searching over the internet. So I hear the girl talking about the astrology of these next 4 days. And so I was like, oh, you know what? It is a big month anyway. Let me just see. Major events that occurred on May 15th, because it was already the 15th. Major events on this day, or events on this day. Like, there's a ton, right? So much happened on the 14th and the 15th, by the way. So much has happened since May 1st. May 1st, every single day, I'm like, oh my God, these motherfuckers are playing. Listen. So this whole week was so big. I intended to do a live on Monday because Monday was the 60th anniversary of the Birmingham bombings of those the murder of them 4 little girls in the Birmingham church this past Monday. Mum's the word. I didn't see nobody. And I had TV, laptop, and phone playing damn near every day. Not a word. The 60th anniversary of the murder of these 4 babies by the Klan by blowing up the Birmingham church, and the subsequent riots that happened 4 days after this whole week has been the 60th anniversary of this shit that went down in Birmingham, Alabama. Nobody talking about it. And that was the reason I wrote this thing. This is the center. This is the issue. This is the issue. This is the issue. These are the responses to the issue. But you don't understand why? Because this is the target. This is the target. This is the target. This is the target. I'm telling you, for everyone on earth, this is the issue through which everything centers. This is the issue. And until y'all make peace with that shit, we will forever be stuck in this shit. You feel me? So last night, I'm going through events in history, and there are so many that are so significant, I wouldn't even know where to begin. But let me tell you what happened while I was sitting here. I'm getting chills preparing to tell you. I wrote it down. This is word for word what I wrote down when it happened. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. On May 15th, 2026, Friday at 1:01 a.m., I was closing out tabs when I came upon a picture. The picture's number was 2222 of a 17-year-old Jesse Washington being lynched and burned alive on May 15th, 1916, exactly 110 years ago today. That happened on May 15th, last night. I happened across a picture while searching for events in history, happened across a goddamn picture on May 15th, 2026, Friday at 1:01 a.m. And the number on the picture was 2222 of a 17-year-old baby, and hundreds of people piled around him, hung from a tree, and burnt beyond recognition as human on May 15th, 1916. 110 years, 1:01 a.m., and 110 years ago today. I took a picture of my whole screen just so I could share it with y'all. I'll email it to you. I was like up in here, like, what the fuck? That's when it's already been on me. But that fucking picture at that time, that specific 1:01 and 110, both on May 15th, 2026 and 1916, of this baby, 17-year-old baby, surrounded by hundreds of men and women and children. That's when, because I've been talking a lot about the philosophy and the science and the symbolism and shit, and it's important to know. But last night drew me out of my head. That's what it did. Seeing this picture of this baby, it drew me out of my head. 1916, that same year. Oh, I didn't write down the details. Damn. It was something called the Preparedness Day bombing, 1916, a couple of months from now. Also in May, the Scottsboro boys, 9 children. The youngest one was 14. The oldest one was 17. 9 black babies, wrongfully accused by 2 little white girls of raping them. And the Scottsboro boys were sentenced to death. Sentenced to death this month. I think it was 1931, but this month, 1931. Hold on. This week, May, in May. Let's see. Oh, I searched last night also May. Today's Friday. May 17th, because that's when your president is gonna be with bullshit. You feel me? So I searched events that occurred in history on May 17th because Trump's doing his little thing on May 17th. May 17th of 1902, which is really interesting. I know it doesn't seem relevant, but it's interesting. May 17th of 1902, a Greek archaeologist finds a 2,000-year-old computer on a shipwreck in a shipwreck called the Antikythera mechanism. They named the machine the Antikythera mechanism, and had pictures of what they pulled up out the water that they called a 2,000 2,000-year-old computer. Now, it's relevant because we spent all this time talking about, I can't explain it. I don't know anything about like quantum physics and, folding time and none of that shit. I know just enough to communicate that I am certain, especially when I start talking to you guys about the serpent and about the serpentine energy that exists everywhere to keep you from looking directly at it, and how we have been taught time as linear, point A to point Z or whatever the fuck, and time is cyclical. Not just cyclical, time is shaped. Like, and when I say time, I'm talking about the goddamn universe. When I'm talking about time, I'm talking about not ambiguous the universe. I'm talking about the actual Milky Way galaxy that we think look like a spinning top is actually an infinity symbol. You feel me? And so if time is cyclical in that way, where you're looking at the giant S in the sky, then our understanding of time and where we are in it is skewed. And there's no way I know how. There's somebody out here who knows. There's no way for me, and I have tried with my limited information, to conceptualize where we are in time. But I've been telling y'all, I am convinced that what we think is, quote, moving, quote, forward in time, I am convinced that we're moving backwards in time. I'm convinced of it. And so I read a story like this where they talking about in 1902, a motherfucking archaeologist who goes on a dive finds in a shipwrecked ship what all of the archaeological community has called a 2,000-year-old goddamn computer. This shit put me up. May 17th, this Sunday, when Trump is planning that bullshitting ass bullshit, this Sunday, May 17th in 1954, school segregation was finally outlawed by the Supreme Court. While this motherfucker and his wretched ass Supreme Court has been playing in y'all face over the last 2 weeks, terrorizing the fuck out of you, so you don't even look every day and say, what in history happened on this day? Because I know these motherfuckers is playing games. It is the greatest, most orchestrated and organized campaign of exploitative nostalgia I've ever experienced. Y'all refuse to hear that the government that is ruining your lives is using the most profound astrological and astronomical events in modern history against you. This new moon happening tonight, in an hour, on the 16th, this new moon is a hugely significant new moon. And so the next day, let me just go ahead and talk to you about what this cracker got planned. Let me go ahead and move this shit. I'm going to still tell y'all what the hell else is up on here, because there's a lot that happened on the 17th historically. I'm like, I can't write all this shit down. And I'm going to tell you a lot. So much. Okay. Now let me tell you what this cracker got planned. I'm going to be ugly too, by the way. I'm going to be ugly. Now we got to take off the motherfucking muzzles. We got to start cleaving these bitches up with our tongue. Now, I'm tired of seeing black people in positions of power trying to keep some kind of decorum. We need to be using our tongues like motherfucking machetes right now. If that's all you got is your tongue, but you need to be slaying somebody with it. God damn it, this shit is crazy. Anyway, so let me just talk to you really quick about your boy. So as a matter of fact, let me see. I think I opened the page to just show you. So I just want you to know, because I know it seems like I'm all over the place. I am constructing a web for you to see. So I'm going to slow. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get some more to drink, slow my articulation, because everything that I have compiled over the last 4 days is to weave a tapestry in real time for you. Okay. If you can take some notes, awesome. Email them joints to me, because maybe you helping with the note-taking process can help me like sharpen my little process here. Okay, let me go grab another drink, and then I'm gonna tell you what your boy got planned for this weekend and why I couldn't let another day go by without doing a live. Okay. I wish I had my music set up, but oh well. Ooh. Okay. Okay. That's it. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So Trump, let me see. I think I had a tab open with that event that he has planned. It's everywhere. It's all people were talking about today. Don't need that. I thought I left it open. Oh, I bet I know what I did. Okay, let me do this. And so I sent. Did I send that to y'all? I don't think I did actually. Let's see. And so you guys can email me if you want to receive the email. So what you see on the screen is an email. Let me go back. It's an email that is this it? Nope, that's not it. Yeah, this is it. Okay, can y'all, let's see if I can, yeah, okay. So this email, if you want me to send it to you, I can share it with you. Just email me at EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. You can also use that EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com to send me a Zelle if you're vibing on what I'm talking about, or you can send me a PayPal with that email address, or you can send me a Cashapp to $DaughterOfTheFates, FATES, or you can send me a Venmo at using Cassandra-Floyd, CASSAND-Floyd, FLOYD. Plus, if you want to buy some dope ass jewelry, you can go to DaughterOfTheFates, FATES.etsy.com. Okay, cool. So what you're looking at is an email. If you want this email, send me an email and I will just forward this email to you. But this is the email that I have open with all the links for the notes. Here it is, the first thing. All right, so let me open that and change that. No, that is what I want this to be. Watch this. So let's see. Shoot. Okay, let me. How am I gonna do that? Because that's annoying. Let's do stop sharing, and then share again, and there it is. All right, we'll do it like that. Okay. So what you are looking at is the event that Donald Trump has planned for this Sunday, May 17th. It is called Rededicate to 50, a national jubilee of prayer, praise, and thanksgiving. I haven't watched this video. I know it's probably going to make me want to barf, but maybe we should play a little bit of it. Disgusting.
Our nation was conceived by men and women who believed in the power of God, who believed in the providences of God, and in prayer.
We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident.
But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord.
Faith in God is the value that helps shape America. And it's people of faith who have been the bedrock, the driving force behind our nation.
We are celebrating what God has done in this great nation called America.
All right. So, blah, 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 blah. Every background, nation's 250th birthday with scripture, testimony, prayer, rededication of our country as one nation under God. From morning fellowship in front of the U.S. Capitol to evening filled with music, anchored at the main stage on 12th Street, Rededicate 250 will be rooted in giving thanks for God's presence in our national life throughout the 250 years of American history and asking for his guidance for the next 250 years. Register your church to join all 50 states in prayer for America on this historic day. Download the church engagement toolkit. Oh my God, I didn't even read the whole thing. When I say playing in your face, oh my God, I got chills everywhere. Damn. The 3 pillars, these rotten scoundrels, the 3 pillars of the day. The miracles that made us, the miracles in our midst, and a new birth of faith and freedom. So from 9 a.m. To 6 p.m. Okay. So that's what your boy got planned. Okay. And so that's what he's got planned for the 17th. All right. Now, the first thing I did before I talk to you about the astrology of this week, the first thing that I did was I searched the etymology of the word jubilee because he was talking about it's called a 250-year anniversary some Jubilee celebration, whatever the fuck. Okay. I got goosebumps everywhere. The word Jubilee, as a matter of fact, let me take something else out too. Okay. All right. The word Jubilee means, so they think it's a celebration. It's just a celebration. Everything I'm talking to y'all about has been shit I've compiled since Monday. Okay? Monday. The word Jubilee means a trumpet made from ram's horn, celebrating every 50th year of Jubilee. So Jubilee is for the Jews is Yom Kippur. Jubilee is Yom Kippur that they today still celebrate with the blowing of the ram's horn, the trumpet made from a ram's horn that celebrated every 50 years, every 50th year. The freeing of the Hebrew slaves from the evil ass Egyptians and the restoration of their lands, according to Leviticus 25:9. This celebration called Jubilee, the primary method of celebration for Jubilee, the primary purpose for it is a ceremony of atonement for the remission of sin. I'll let that sit for a second. It is a celebration of atonement for the remission of sin. Do I need to clarify? What is the ceremony, quote, the ritual used by Jews for atonement? Anybody know? What is the primary, to this day, ritual used by Jews for atonement for sin? The remission, an atonement ceremony for the remission of sin. What does your Bible say about the remission of sin? Because that's the book y'all all got in common. Your Jews, your Catholics, your Christians, and your Muslims. They all got the Old Testament in common. They all have the Old Testament in common. Another point of division, by the way. They all got the Old Testament in common. All right. What is necessary in a ritual for the remission of sins? The Old Testament says it too. Even your KJV. For those of you who do not know what the KJV is, your King James Version. Your King James Version says the same thing. That there can be no remission of sin without the spilling of blood. Let me look at this scripture. That's what your Bible say. Let me find my Bible. Leviticus 25. Yeah, Leviticus 25:9. Let's see what they say up here. Then thou shalt cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month, And in the day of atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. And ye shall hallow the 50th year. Thou shalt hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. And it shall be a jubilee. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man in unto his family. Let me see what it's saying a couple of verses before. Let's see. Let's see what chapter got to say. So this is Leviticus 25. And the Lord spake unto Moses in Mount Sinai, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I gave you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath unto the Lord. 6 years thou shalt sow thy field, and 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard, and gather into the fruit thereof. But in the seventh year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for the Lord. Thou shalt neither sow thy field nor prune thy vineyard. That which groweth of its own accord, thy harvest thou shalt not reap. Neither gather the grapes of thy vine undressed, for it is a year of rest unto the land. And the Sabbath of the land shall be meat for you, for thee, and for thy servant, and for thy maid, and for thy hired servant, and for thy stranger that sojourneth with thee, and for thy cattle, and for the beasts that are in thy land, shall the increase thereof be meat. And thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years unto thee, 7 times 7 years, and the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto thee 49 years. Thou shalt then shalt thou cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month, and in the day of atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. And ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. A jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap that which groweth of its own accord, nor gather the grapes in it of thy vine undressed. For it is the jubilee, it shall be holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. And the year of this jubilee ye shall return every man into his possession. And if thou sell aught unto thy neighbor, or buyest aught of thy neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. According to the number of years after the jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor, and according unto the number of years of the fruits he shall sell unto thee. According to the multitude, according to the multitude of years, according to the multitude of years, thou shalt increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of years, thou shalt diminish the price of it. For according to the, I can't. God damn. Let's see. Diminish the price of it, for according to the number of the years of the fruits doth he sell unto thee. Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt fear thy God, for I am the Lord your God. Wherefore ye shall do my statutes and keep my judgments and do them, and ye shall dwell in the land safely. And the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your fill, and dwell therein in safety. And if ye shall say, what shall we eat the 7th year? Behold, I shall not sow nor gather in your house. Doody doody doo. Okay. That was not what I was thinking it was going to be, but that's fine. Because what he just said is actually right on time. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that wasn't directly associated with what I thought it was going to be, but that's what the book says. Somebody look it up for me. Look at what the scripture is. Somebody said they looked it up. Let's see. The golden bull, Dharma, depicted in the form of a bull, symbolizes blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right. Repentance. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let me go back. Okay. The reason I went off on that, I thought I was going to describe it in there, but it didn't. So, I don't know how many of you remember your lessons from Bible study, but in the Old Testament, God's chosen folks stayed fucking up. They stayed fucking up. They admitted it. So I'm not telling you something that's not in your book. I'm freaking starving. Anyway. So in the book, Jubilee, which is celebrated every 50 years. So according to the year that the United States is in, of its official founding, that's a discussion that we will have to dig into all by itself about why even astrologers are all basing their astrology on the quote birth chart of the United States based on 1776. Like, bitch, these motherfuckers was here an additional 150 years before 1776. Like, can we have some astrological insight on that? I digress. So, based on the official birthday of the United States, which was at the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776, July 4th, 1776, that would make this the celebration of the 5th Jubilee based on Judaistic practices. Well, so what? Donald Trump's in office, whatever. Because in real time, and we've talked about this for weeks, Donald Trump, more than any other president really, has been responsible for bridging a gap that had lasted forever between Southern evangelical conservatives and the evil Jews who killed their Jesus. Like, the history of this country has been an extremely antagonistic relationship between what we call WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and Jews as the quote evil Jews who killed their Jesus. So all of a sudden, we've seen all these images, all these videos, all this commentation about churches, big ass churches, mega churches, everything, encouraging their congregation to go to the promised land so that they can see what it's going to look like. They can imagine what it's going to look like when Jesus comes back for the church. All this shit, right? So I was like, I thought y'all always hated the Jews. I'm talking about Southern evangelicals. Because not only are all these so-called conservative Southern Baptists or whatever becoming best new homies with Zionists, but at the same time that is happening, Trump is faking a fake fight. What we call it in the hood, pump faking. You like, but you know you ain't gonna do nothing because you scared. But you like putting up a front, like you about to do some shit. And so for the last couple of weeks, child, black folks who ain't even Catholic. Like, why you got your panties in a bunch? Like, why are you in outrage about what Trump has said to the Pope? Huh? Your ass ain't even Catholic. I see all these people talk about this thing. I'm like, y'all ain't even Catholic. Like, what the fuck gives, right? So anyway, all this pump faking. The thing that's harder to win is this conflict happening with Iran. And I wish I had some like high tech. I'm still hungry. Let me go grab another slice of pizza. I wish I keep saying it, I need a committee is what I need. I need a committee of a bunch of young people, like 25 and younger, like 16 to 25. And I can like spit out the ideas because I can see in my mind's eye what I want, what I am seeing in my eyes to like come into fruition. And I'm not going to learn how to do that shit. I'm not learning anymore. Like, I did all that shit. I spent all my 20s and 30s doing that shit for the party. I'm not doing it. So, yeah, I got the skills. I see all these dope videos with like graphics and all kinds of, and I was like, yes, I want to do that and that because it'll make the shit more like realizable in my mind. Anyway, so let me get back to this. So this Jubilee, short version of this, because I have a tendency to like prolong. Short version of this. This dude is planning this Jubilee on May 17th, this coming Sunday. Well, we are still fully in the crest of what some astrologers are calling the most significantly powerful new moon in this year. And like he has done every single solitary major astrological event since he entered into office, his cabinet has always orchestrated some major event, typically negative, around this last year and a half in particular. But they've had back to back, once in a lifetime, once in a millennia, the first time in 12,000 years, the first time in 25,000 years. It's so old we cannot calculate this event. Back to back, powerful astrological orchestrations that we, if we knew, could take advantage of. But I have a position, I have a theory that we have to, when I say we have to invert everything, assume that everything that you hear, everything that you believe, because astrology and spiritual spaces are going to be the hardest thing to win with people. Assume that everything that is, everything that exists is a mirror image, inverted presentation of its true self. Oh, God. Listen. Do I want to bring this up? Listen. Assume that it is all and a mutation of itself. Assume it all. Because, so I've said, I need to go ahead and pay somebody to take their little astrology course so I can learn the shit the way y'all learn the shit. But I've been up in here struggling for a few days because I was like, that ain't the period we in. And why can I say that with such confidence? Because I just told y'all that the entire the entire universe is a loop shaped like a sideways letter A. This the universe. This the universe. Not only is this the universe, this your actual earth. Not only is this your actual earth, it teaches you with mathematical precision exactly when you gonna change seasons, exactly when you gonna change signs, exactly when you gonna go from the seen realm to the everything is like inverted. When you gonna go from the seen realm to the unseen realm. What is the seen realm and the unseen realm? What is the known world and the quote underworld? Bitch, it's this. This is when the sun is in the northern hemisphere, and this is when it quote falls into the underworld, which is the southern hemisphere. That's all. That's all. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, in the inversion of everything that is, what have I been telling y'all for the last 5 years? Right? The etymology of the word war, literally word for word, means what? To cause confusion. That's what the word war means. To cause confusion. Your King James Version Bible says what? That the adversary. The adversary is the author of all confusion. What is confusion? War. What have we been living in? Hell, since the age of Sumer, which is the oldest known language that we have access to right now. When did Sumer exist? When did we begin to recognize that Sumer exists? In the year 5400 BC or BCE. Choose your flavor. How long ago is 5400 BC from today? 7,385 years. 7,385 years. Okay. So 7,385 years ago, because the stories in the cuneiform of Sumer tells us what happened. Not only tells us what happens. See, that's what I want to talk to you about. Not only does the cuneiform tell us what happened, what we can surmise happened, but the cuneiform that they are reading is an astrological anthropomorphization of what the possibilities in these different movements to come could be. Every mythology does the same thing. They're not telling a fixed story. They are telling always a malleable story with all the probabilities and possibilities attached to these things that they were able to calculate with mathematical precision. How did they know where the constellations was, what the constellations were, and when they would be over here from over here? Because this is not fixed. It is forever in motion, turning in and out of itself, turning on itself. Always. This is this, because this not only is quote yin and yang, this is everything. This is a sundial, this thing right here. This is a clock like on your arm with 24 hours on your clock. You feel me? This is an hourglass. This is you can actually find images of the yin and yang with the zodiacal chart superimposed on it, whether it is the Chinese zodiac, because that's really popular to have the Chinese zodiac superimposed on the yin and yang, so that you can know the nature of each creature on the chart. So I am not just a rabbit, because we'll say, oh, I'm a rat, or oh, I'm a rabbit, or oh, no, because it's not that simple. When placed on the yin and yang, a Chinese zodiac, I am not just a rabbit. I am a wood rabbit. You see? We are in the sign Chinese zodiac right now of the fire horse. Not just the horse, the fire horse. We just transitioned out of the wood serpent from the wood dragon 2 years ago. You see what I'm saying? That elemental fixing on the iconography of the Chinese zodiac, which is based on, let's see, I have it over here. I guess not. I had it over here. I do not have my little 5-point star, my little 5 elements chart. But anyway, so if this is a calendar and a clock and a watch and a sundial and an hourglass, it's always in motion. It's always in motion. It's always in motion. And so that's why I have it like this, so that you can see its motion isn't just, quote, a sundial and a clock and it isn't. It's also the zodiacal chart. So when it's turned on its side like this, you can see clearly. See that? See that S right there? Guess what? See it right there? This is the equator. This is the Tropic of Capricorn, right? No, the Tropic of Cancer. My bad. This is the Tropic of Cancer, and this is the Tropic of Capricorn. See, right there. Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, which can tell us at any given time what season we're in based on where the sun is on our equator, that if it was drawn correctly, would be tilted to an angle to represent the angular wobble on our axis. You get, so this, as above, so below, as within, so without, is a actual manifestation, because this same thing that you see here in your transition through the seasons and each house of the zodiac is literally superimposed exactly on our relationship with the Milky Way galaxy. Literally, galaxy turned on the side, shaped like the number 8, like the magic number, right? Our relationship to the Milky Way galaxy that our ancestors knew. Hence why I told you that the black sky, who is the goddess Nut, covers the earth, because our relationship and our walk through that galaxy, we are the center. Somebody asked me, I think it was Java Watson, the last live that I did, I was talking about the transition, our transition from geocentric to heliocentric understanding of time. All right. And so she told me that she didn't know, she had never heard those words. So geocentric, geo means earth, centric means centered around, right? And so supposedly before, who was it? Copernicus. So supposedly, I'm telling you, they know everything and they hide everything deliberately. They play dumb. They're like, oh my gosh, Europeans were so stupid. They really believe that the earth was flat and that the earth was the center of the universe. That's playing in your face. They didn't do that. They didn't know that. They didn't assume that. I'm saying those men in positions of power who have access to all the books, all the works, all the things, hid in these secret societies, everything, and then fed you bullshit. So Copernicus supposedly starts to develop so at this time, supposedly the greater population believed that the earth was the center of the universe. Hence their calendars, I think they were saying the early Roman calendar only had 10 months instead of 12 months. The pagan Roman calendar only had 10 months instead of 12 months. And because of that, August was actually represented by the number 6, and September was the number 7, whatever. Anyway, so not whatever, because a lot of the Roman emperors had the name Augustus, assumed the name Augustus in their title when they became Caesar, Emperor, King, depending upon, the period. And so the reason that you see a lot of these emperors with the name, like typically a middle name as a title of Augustus, is because of the iconography of the lion as the sun. And so that'll lead us perfectly back into this discussion about your bullshitting ass president. Okay. So we just found out the thing about the Jubilee this dude got planned. So all day on Sunday, he's doing the 250th Jubilee celebration. So the first thing I asked was, why wouldn't he do that on 4th of July? Why he doing it on the Sunday? That don't make no sense. You feel me? But then when I went in to just search the etymology of the word Jubilee, and it was like, he doing it because this corresponds with Yom Kippur. So the myth is that Trump and his daughter converted it, to do Judaism a couple of years ago. That she converted because her husband is Jewish. He's Israeli. And Trump converted, supposedly. I mean, whatever that's worth. While he holding a Christian Bible and talking about Jesus and stuff, but he has converted to Judaism 2 years ago. Anyway, so Jubilee, Yom Kippur, and that's every 50 years. So here we are. This year is a 50th year anniversary of Jubilee, celebrated or kicked off, alerted to everyone that it's officially on by the blowing of the quote trumpet made from ram's horn to what's the word, to like draw people's attention to the fact that the celebration has begun and what is required for atonement and remission of sins. I'm about to fuck y'all up right now. What is required is the same thing that's always been required. The Bible and the Old Testament, so all the Bibles, say that there cannot be any remission of sin without the spilling of blood. So in particularly Orthodox Judaism, old school Torah, Old Testament practice of Judaism, you need 2 goats. You need 2 goats. Okay? 2 goats. One is going to be your scapegoat. The other is going to be your sacrificial goat. So the scapegoat, I don't know if y'all know the story or not, but I'm going to run through it really quick. The reason you need 2 goats is because, at least the way they tell the story, the reason that you need 2 goats is because, one, there is going to be a separate ritual performed on the scapegoat. This scapegoat, the ritual that they perform is that the whole community comes together and the rabbi does some kind of whatever they do. And in this ceremonial act, he collects all of the sins of everybody in the community. He collects all the sins of everybody in the community and transfers those sins into one of the goats. That's the scapegoat. That's where the term scapegoat emerges from, is this ritualistic slaughter ceremony that is required to, quote, purge God's chosen people from their sins. Do you hear me? Let me keep going. Why 2 goats? When did they do that? Why they start doing that? These 2 goats. So the scapegoat, what happens is they do this little ceremony, do this little ritual. They collect all the sins of the community and literally transfer, just transfer all their sins to the scapegoat. Then they put a noose around the neck of the goat and take him far, 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 far away from the village. Takes him far, far. Because his role, the black goat, is to carry the sins of the people out into the wild, out into the wilderness, out into the desert. That's his role, is to carry the sins away of these people, God's chosen, who I guess was turned up, whatever, and did a bunch of sinning, because that's all they was doing in the Old Testament, if anybody even cared to pay attention. All they was doing was dirt. God would find out. Then they would have to start begging God not to slay them and shit because they fucked up yet again. That's the whole Old Testament. As patriarch after patriarch after patriarch doing some dumb shit he knew he ain't had no business doing, then turning around when, quote, his personal Lord and Savior, his God, was kicking their ass a little too long. You like, God, can you ease the fuck up? Like we said, we sorry. Like, what else you want us to do? We said we sorry. We get it. We messed up. We pulled out the cow and started dancing with the cow. Can you just ease up off us? Because you've been punished and you've been kicking our ass for about 6 months now. Like, can we get some relief? That's the whole Old Testament. Is the Hebrews perpetually turning up, partying, looking all over the place, to and fro, doing dirt, killing people. And then they start feeling a little guilty about all the dirt they're doing. And so they do a little ritual, and the little black goat carries their sins out into the wilderness. So what's the other goat for? Because apparently their God, Yahweh, apparently he loves the taste of goat meat. But since he is God and he is perfect, he could not even think of the idea of eating an imperfect, impure animal. So 2 goats for the ceremony. The black goat becomes evil. Y'all ain't hear me. The blemishless, blameless baby black goat. After the ceremony, all the diabolatry of the chosen people is transferred to the little baby goat, to the little black goat. The black goat now has to bear the burden. Sound familiar? Has to bear the burden of all of these heathens that's been sitting and doing dirt. So they pour all their madness, all their sin, all their everything into the baby black goat, take his ass far, far away so he can't bring the sins back, and let him run loose in the wilderness, right? The other goat has no sin forced on her, has no sin, has not watched TV, has not done any of these things. So this the good goat, this the pure goat, because that little baby goat they done sent out into the wilderness, that goat is evil now. Why is that goat evil now? Because we put all our bullshit into the baby goat, for that baby goat to carry our bullshit as its own personal burden. As its own personal burden. So this is why to this day, the black goat is always seen as evil. That's the Baphomet. He gonna eat your soul. No, it's based in this goddamn ritual that still happens to this day of identifying, particularly, I got images that I traded, that download I was going to show y'all, of these rabbis always holding 2 black goats to walk them to the slaughter. Now, the black goat that is got all the sins poured into him, he is evil now. Not for anything he has done, the baby black goat. No, because the chosen people, God's chosen people, have now laid all their malignancy onto the back of the baby goat that must be sent far, far away from them. Now, the other goat is considered innocent. It's considered pure. And so they proceed to prepare this little baby goat that has done nothing wrong, has not even had sins poured into her. She just pure, this little goat. And what do the rabbis do? Take her ass to the altar and dress her and adorn her appropriately and cut her throat from ear to ear. So they got, like many gods of war, loves the smell of burning flesh. That's in your Bible. That's not my opinion. That's actually a quote from your scripture. This war god that they worship, whatever personification they give him at any different period in human history, just like she with 10,000 names, that motherfucker having hijacked all of her names and inverted their image to feed back to you, he got 10,000 names and faces too. Okay, so they prepare the little baby goat who ain't did shit to nobody but be born, just exist, and because she is pure and innocent, because you can't. What the scriptures say. There is no remission of sin without the spilling of blood. God, Yahweh, say, look, nigga, I need a barbecue. Okay? Like, I need blood. I need you to put some blood on it. Because you can't be forgiven. Just you pouring your sins into the goat, that's only half the ritual. Now, you need to atone. Don't just pass off your sins. You actually still need to atone for committing them in the first place. And so for me to hear that, I'm going to need some blood on it. I'm going to need you to put some blood on it. And so to expiate every single solitary member of the community that has sinned, you feel me? They take the little baby goat and bind the little ankles together and cut her throat. Now, we read some time ago, I don't remember what book it was in, but we read some time ago that the reason that the Hebrews chose the goat, why the goat? Could literally been any, why the goat? The Hebrews chose the goat because, what's the name? Badadet, the female incarnation of, quote, the Gemini twins in Kemetic tradition, was the ram-headed goddess, Badadet. I think that's her name. I think that's how you pronounce it. Badadet, the goat-headed twins. What did I just say? Because y'all act like y'all ain't following, and I'm sleepy. I can go to bed. I told y'all the story in slow mo so you can make the connection. What connection? They're sending us back all the way to this little bullshit ass diagram I showed you 2 hours and 52 minutes ago. That everything happening in the world right motherfucking now, all the way back from the beginning of Sumer, this is. So I'm telling you that this president of yours is holding a subversive Jubilee celebration, cloaked in red, white, and blue garments, in front of what building did he say was gonna be on? Whatever, the plaza on 12th Street in Washington, D.C., calling it the 250-year anniversary. What did he call it? Jubilee anniversary of the United States of America. Meanwhile, I told y'all that motherfucker just converted economically and politically, converted to Judaism 2 years ago, crying at the Wailing Wall and all this bullshit, right? So he is cloaking a Hebrew Israeli Jubilee celebration that happens once every 50 years. He cloaking the Jubilee excuse me. Cloaking cloaking the Hebrew Jubilee Yom Kippur remission of sin ass ram horn, ram trumpet, trumpet celebration, cloaking it as an American Christian day under God. You feel me? Why? Why did I just tell you the story about Badetajet and her being the first incarnation of the Gemini twins? She, the twin sisters, Badetajet. And there's another name she has in Kemet. Starts with an M. I can't remember. Right? But then the Hebrews, the Hyksos at the time, spent I don't remember how many dynasties in Egypt. So y'all always talking about, see how the Hebrews stole Christianity from us and then just changed it a little bit and that's it. No. That oversimplified explanation of why there's so many similarities between, quote, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and the primordial traditions, spiritual traditions and culture of Kemet, of Nubia, of Sudan, and all of them places. Right? It is because the Hyksos, they was known as Hyksos back then. The Hyksos, contrary to this bullshit ass fucked up story that they continue to tell every time they have some damn religious holiday, and y'all don't ever check the fuck out of these bitches, talking about, we just want to give gratitude and thanks and celebration for our God liberating us from them evil ass Egyptians. And in these prayers, they don't say that shit about nobody but Egypt. But don't y'all read the Bible and the Bible be saying how many times the Hebrews supposedly been held captive by somebody the fuck else? How many times? Ask the average Hebrew. Ask the average Jew. How many times they history tell them they've been held captive by somebody the fuck else that they needed to, quote, get away from? How many? I'll tell you how many. Because they literally repeated in the prayers, right? This move, whatever. 109. 109 kingdoms. That's what they say. 109 times that they have historically been held captive by evil people everywhere on earth. They don't ever say why these people kicked them the fuck out. But when we were going over, remember when everybody had their panties in a bunch about this Project Esther bullshit that came right after Project 2025? I was like, don't get mad. Let's go back and read the motherfucking chapter to see what kind of sinister shit they playing at. Remember that? And I said, I had read the whole book. It's short. Whole book of Esther to y'all. I was like, damn, this shit is just diabolical. Is anybody even reading this shit? To give you some insight about what to expect with a goddamn with legislation called Project Esther, right? So they play in your face. Now, fast forward. This ritual that I'm telling you about, these Hyksos spent, I do not remember how many dynasties they was posted up in there. And as a matter of fact, that's what some ethnocentric historians will say, is that you can literally see when the royalty, when the nobility started mating with supposedly slaves, but y'all wasn't slaves. The low class, right? And so you start to see the impact of the miscegenation in the population. The Hyxies here, we didn't let them stay up in here all this time. People bound to fall in love and shit and have some babies. And so you literally see the colors of deities on the goddamn pyramid walls change color from jet black to beige, like they are today. You understand? Do you hear me? So why, to this day, do the Hebrews celebrate Jubilee, quote, atonement for the remission of sins. We got to kill something in order for God to forgive us. Huh? We got to kill something for God to forgive us. And that something that they use, the something of preference, is 2 black goats. Somebody tell me what I'm saying so I can know y'all following. Somebody tell me what I'm saying. Assume that everything I'm saying for the rest of the night goes back to this. For the rest of the night, go back here. Why would they use 2 black goats? Somebody answer the question. It ain't rocket science, and I ain't trying to make it hard. I simplify. That's the lesson for the day. Simplify. Why would they be using 2 black goats? Somebody say something. Why would they be using 2 black goats based on the story that I just told you? Thank you. Black women are the goats. You think that's a stretch? The Knights Templar, who were robbing, they were glorified mercenaries sent by the Pope into the, quote, savage world to steal as much loot as they could steal for the church during the Crusades. The Knights Templar, created by, maintained by the Vatican, was going out in the world pillaging and looting. You understand? And that's where I want to make with that. They pillaging and looting. You think it's a stretch, but the Knights Templar is the one who gave us the image, his adaptation of the Baphomet. It was one of the members of the Knights Templar that first conceptualized the Baphomet. The Baphomet, obviously, being the goat-headed, but with the typically with a body that is very feminine, right? Breasts. But you can see, if you look, the chakras are highlighted. But if you could see, if you could look, you could see that can y'all hear me? This damn laptop tripping. That this female presenting goat-headed figure with full-on titties has a penis sticking out up just from above the waist, the wrap that they have around, like the cape around there. And so you can see the penis come up from under the little wrap that they have. Meanwhile, it also has breasts. And typically when you see this image, one of the most famous images of this goat-headed, right, is, as a matter of fact, I think I have a shirt on it where it's got the little black goat pan man looking teacher sitting up in at the center, and all these little white witches are gathered around her feet to listen to her teach. And so I'm gonna see it up for a second. I'm fading, and I don't want to fade. I got too much to tell you. And so when I say the goats, it occurred to me today, man. I was like, oh my God. So they kill a goat and they take another goat and they put all they dirt, quote, they burden this animal with all they, quote, sins, you feel me? And then take the goat away from them, far, far away, to wander in the wilderness until the damn goat die or whatever, right? And that the reason the goat is because it is a nod to, it is a memory of, it is a calling back to this moment. It's because there was a, quote, exodus from Kemet by the Hyksos. But that exodus was not some mythologized, crossing the Red Sea and walking on dry land type of bullshit. I forget. I think it was Seti the first or Seti the second. Don't quote me on that. I wasn't going to go this deep, but I'll tell you. Was one of the pharaohs that waged a war campaign against the Hyksos, probably because this story happens all the time. Have the Hebrews tell their whole life story of being tossed out of empires and kingdoms 109 times since the beginning, and they will tell you exactly the same story over and over and over again. We were oppressed. We didn't do nothing to nobody. And one day, even though they let us live there for 25 years, even though they let us live there for 100 years, even though they let us live there for 35, 40, 80, 100, 350 years, just seemingly out of nowhere, they tell us we have to leave. How many times you heard this story? Don't even bother switching it up a little bit, right? And so the longest place they had lived and had been so welcomed into the Kemetic Empire that you will see Hyksos ass bitches on the pharaoh, on the temple walls as royalty. We don't ever hear that story though. We hear motherfuckers at their dinners and shit, at their prayers and shit, talking about thank you for saving us from the goddamn Egyptians. Thank you for delivering us from slavery of the evil ass niggas in the desert. Meanwhile, the cornerstone of every myth they have told has been a stolen, mythologized inversion of goddess worshiping societies. Kemet. Why the two black goats? Because it's literally the goddess in her incarnation as the Gemini twins in heaven. And she's pictured as a black goat, two black goats. Somebody Google her name. I don't remember. I know one of her names is Bedetta Jet. She has another incarnation that starts with the letter M. Somebody do a search for ram-headed deities in Egypt. Because ram, just FYI, ram and goat is used interchangeably. So anyway, so when I go back to this, and based on all the stories I've told you so far, how the center is always the issue. Why the song Blinded by the Light? And I went off on that whole thing about Newt being the entire universe with the galaxies all up in her body and shit. Is because of this. Heaven is black. Heaven is black. Heaven has always been black, will always be black. Heaven will always be black. And so what has happened since Sumeria, 5400 BCE, approximately 7,835 fucking years ago, something happens in the matrix. I don't know what happened. But something happens it's like a spark. And it slowly changes your perspective and your worldview. This is what happened. So when people are always trying to debate about, well, where and how the patriarchy start, it could have been a mass event. It could have been something very, very subtle. It could have been very, very something simple that wouldn't let loose, that wouldn't let go, and just got bigger and bigger and bigger because it was left unaddressed. Until we have this moment. And so in this slow walk from what we, at least the general consensus as the start of the patriarchal age, quote, the age of man, was with Sumeria. That's the oldest language that we have, where they actually have the language on record. Sumeria is the oldest language that we have access to understand possibly how the slow transition from matrilineal, matrifocal, goddess-centered societies ruled the majority of the human epoch, and this slow transition from power being centered in the grandmothers and the crones of every community, that it transitions into this thing that we're confronted with now, right? Cool. But this thing happening this weekend with Donald Trump, his perpetual concerted out the gate effort to assault Black women, I believe personally to take out a grudge on the so-called, what was it? The 92% that y'all keep I believe that first year of bullshit this nigga was on was in direct revenge, retribution for that many black women turning out to show to vote for Kamala Harris. He literally acts like a bitch and made his intentions very well known. The first people who gonna get it is gonna be this 92%, these black bitches. Right? Okay. So comes out the gate in this first year, 650,000 plus women, black women, lose their goddamn jobs, right? Meanwhile, the there is a 78% increase in the violence in the United States. 78% increase in violence against women in general, and black women, and Native American women in particular. And so black skinned female people, particularly those with uteruses that can make babies. So I keep telling you, I make a distinction between black skinned women and black women who are the descendants of Africa. Okay? Well, so when I say black skinned women, I'm not exclusively talking about black women who are the descendants of Africa. How do we know if we are a descendant of Africa or not? Your hair. Your hair. Because there are women around the world, black skinned women around the world, who 3, 4, 5 shades darker than myself, who got bone straight hair. They are not the direct descendants of Africa. I ain't talking about let's go back to evolution, few scores of thousands of years ago. I'm talking about this shit being the identifier that exists everywhere on earth. This is how you know motherfucker from Africa. This. So when I make the distinction about black skinned women and black women, and I say the whole fucking world needs to pivot, to focus their attention again. What's the treatment protocol? Strengthening and nourishing the mother so that the mother can subdue and anchor and cover her rebellious son that is threatening to destroy the entire world. Remember, I'm always bringing it up. In the movie, Black Panther, Killmonger is the one that says what? Because Killmonger is supposed to be the antagonist, right? The bad guy. And we all loved Killmonger. And the people over your boy knew that we were all going to love Killmonger. So what did he have to do? What did Stan Lee have to do to Killmonger's character? Because he knew out the gate we was all going to be like, Killmonger, he the one. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. What is the act of aggression that Killmonger must facilitate to make sure that y'all don't love him too much? Y'all don't relate to him too much. Killmonger, as right as we think he was in everything that he did, he has to split our own skulls. He has to split our loyalties. How does he do that? He kills 2 black women. Yeah. That was deliberate. That's why he did that. That's why he had to do that. It's to get y'all excited enough and to get you felt seen enough that it lets off a pressure valve. It like lets a little steam off your constant aggression, your constant frustration, your constant rage. And so they'll make some fucking movies that make you feel seen, make you feel vindicated. You blow off the steam because you know you ain't gonna go outside and do no shit. That's what Black Panther was. It was good for what it was. But both Black Panther movies, the bottom line was about both movies was about the sellouts among us that will always stay progress. Excuse me. That's what them two movies was about. These sellouts among us who look like us, who closest to us, those will be the ones that will sabotage the goddamn future for the temporary fix of a couple extra dollars in their goddamn pocket. Or in this case, the Hebrews didn't even need no money. They was just sellouts on general principle. Because they was rich. They had everything. See, this is a primary example of how the images in your mind shape your mind every day, all the time, if deep enough and accepted enough, will have you perpetually sabotaging your own life. And we can see it in real time. We know it and we see it and we're crystal clear about it when it's white people. When it's white people. What do we always say? How could that many white people show up to vote for Donald Trump when he's told them in their face for years, I don't like y'all, y'all stupid. If I go on out to these polls, because I don't know if y'all know, but Donald Trump has been a registered voting Democrat his whole life, right up until he ran for president of the United States the first time. Did y'all know that? Donald Trump's always been a Democrat. Even in an interview when he was doing that bullshit ass show, what was the show? You're fired. What was the show? He said, if I ever ran for office, I'd run as a Republican. But aren't you a Democrat? Yeah. But if I ever ran for office, I would run as a Republican because Republican, regular everyday Republican people, they gullible. They'll believe any goddamn thing. That's what he said years before he ran for office. It ain't make believe. It's not a conspiracy. Literally 2 seconds. There it goes. What did he say? I love Southerners. They're so stupid they'll come out and vote for me. That's what he said. And y'all still singing this goddamn song about we didn't know he lied to us. Stop lying to yourself, boo. You're lying to yourself. But black people, you ain't immune. Seem like today, there are more sellouts on the payroll than there ever has been. How did I get on that? Talking about Benedjet. So let me make that pivot back over here. So the most prominent, let's see. Let's see. Oh shoot! Somebody's saying because it used to be that the ad, I would get warnings if the ads were coming up, but I haven't seen any. Let me put pause. Can I do that? I don't know how to do it in real time. Let's see. Okay. I hope I ain't put nothing up. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not showing me. You know what? Let me see if I can do it here. I ain't gonna try to mess it up. But let's see. Tanika, what I'll do is I'll check my settings for the frequency of the ads. And before I do my next live, I'll make sure to decrease the frequency. So anyway, let's see. CRLTAO says, I love hanging with you, but what about Yahweh not being the creator? Just what I see it. I hate to hurt your feelings, but just what I see it. And to take it a little further before we go back to this sister who helped me out by posting the Bandana Jet information. I don't know how many ways I can be much clearer about what my position is. Doesn't mean that you have to accept my position. Okay, Nina La Negra says the same thing about the ads. Okay, so I'm not going to do it here. I don't want to fuck up the stream. I don't know how to change it in real time. But for the next live that I'll do, I'll make sure I go into the settings before setting up the live to look at the settings and change the frequency on the ads. Anyway, so let me just say, I'm glad I stopped myself. This is the period. It's not going to be from me. Now, to each his own. It's not going to be from me. And y'all know me well enough to know. If you've been following my page just for a month, you know now, you know well enough to know that my position remains unflinching and unwavering. Kill your gods. Kill your gods. It's the only way to save yourself. Kill your gods. As a matter of fact, wasn't I talking about Khalik? What is his name? Kalkia? Way early on, about how his arrival in this period will represent the end. What do they call it? The end of the Vedas. Child. Not the end of the world. The end of the Vedas. People talking about the end of the world. There is no end of the world. There is no end of the world. The closing and the simultaneous closing and opening of ages is what we're talking about. Of ages. So when I say kill your gods, I mean it. Every god who we have given a name to, every single god we have given a name to. That name that fills our mouth and our acceptance of it as supreme, 90% of us is come through brute force, through aggression, through enslavement, through captivity, the end of the barrel of a gun, with whips and shit. Every god whose name you call. And you could go from now until the end, till the end of your life on earth. And if you called the name of but one God for the rest of your life and believed in your spirit like you believe in that make-believe Jesus and called that name for the rest of your life, you would be 1,000,000 times better off than you are right now. What's the name of that God whose name you should call instead of all these other ones? Whatever your mama name is. Whatever your mama name is. So when I do an introduction about, she, the divine architects of existence, and she who has 10,000 names, and she, those names today being known as Oya, Yemaya, Oba, Oshu, these names of the goddess that have been hidden. Medusa, somebody mentioned Medusa earlier. Somebody mentioned We're going to talk here in a second about Bened the Jet, right? And so on and so on and so on. These names we can call. The goddesses, they names we can call. Why? Because each goddess's name, Hecate, is heavy on the scene right now. What's the other one who is astrologically is heavy on the scene? Sedna is heavy on the scene right now, kicking ass and taking names out this motherfucker. Lilith, Black Moon, she doing the business right now. Oya as the planet, Pluto. So the goddesses are up in here in full effect. But you know what? The reason I say that you can say they names is because they are the anthropomorphized, the collective anthropomorphized version of the magical phases that we observe of our mother's body. Every religion on earth, every spiritual tradition on earth, every religion on earth, every spiritual belief on earth, including that bullshit ass like Satanism and satanic cults and all that dumbass shit that that are the orchestrations of a maladjusted, sick son who is so far away from his mother because she weak. She is exhausted. She has been murdered. She has been brutalized. She weak. And because she is weak, he is run the fuck amok. She is weak. He runs amok. Not the other way around. And because of this, and we can see it everywhere, what was a thought? It was coming on the end of that. But you got every story you ever heard. I told y'all last time I was up on here, there are 52 solar deities that came before Jesus Christ. Because I don't give a fuck what you was taught in the church. Jesus is a solar deity. He's a sun god. And how y'all don't see that is beyond me. It's in your face. Jesus is a sun god. He is the last, most recent incarnation of a very old cult called the Cult of Sol Invictus. It wasn't called that everywhere. It was called something different in Zoroastrianism. He was called something different in the Mithra spiritual system. He was called something different in fucking Sumer. He was called something different in goddamn Babylon. He was called something different in Egypt. As a matter of fact, his ass was called Akhenaten in Egypt. That's why they called him what do they call him? The Great Heretic. His Akhenaten is where we can immediately point to this pivotal point in the dynastic period where this child, because he was 19 when he became Pharaoh, Akhenaten, and he did so much damage to the culture that impacts the material world. See, culture, what you hold in your head as a belief system will fuck the whole world up because we are one. What you hold as the ideas in your brain shape your fucking behavior. That is how these motherfuckers have been able to run the whole of the planet. God on earth. You know what? To transform God on earth into slaves. Man, let me pull my goddamn notes out. How? The smallest population of human beings on earth have been able to hold not only the people on earth hostage this long, but the resources of the entire planet to hold hostage in a stranglehold for this long. How can that happen? How can I sit here and audaciously say, kill your fucking gods? Because every spiritual tradition, if you know how to read them, are telling you in your face what they was teaching each other behind closed doors. If these motherfuckers ever get hip to the game, if they ever see what we have stolen from them, that we hide in plain sight. Because if you, what's the story we used to tell when we was in high school? It's fucked up. But what we used to say in high school was, if you want to keep a secret from a nigga, hide it in a book. That's what they used to say about us when I was in high school. You want to keep a secret? You want to keep an ironclad secret? Hide that shit, and you want to keep it from a nigga. That was the thing that they used to say. You want to keep a secret from a nigga? Hide that shit in a book. Where that shit came from? Where they came up with that story from? They hide everything in plain sight. The easiest way to keep you from what belongs to you is to have it in your face all the time. And guess what will happen? You will look everywhere for the solution. Remember I was telling y'all about the white boy? What's his name? Morgue official. He was talking about the book of Thomas. And he was talking about Jesus in the hidden books of the Essenes, right? And he said one of the hidden books is the book of Thomas. And how the book of Thomas, Jesus of the book of Thomas says, supposedly the book of Thomas is about teaching people the select. That's what the boys say. Teaching the select, meaning those who can hear, those who can see, right? Teaching the select how the secret to eternal life. This is what the book say. Teaching the elect the secrets to eternal life, to immortality. And he said two things this is what Jesus was teaching in the book of Thomas as the two things that would guarantee eternal life. Child, what do you think? One of the things that he said was, this is how you will know who I am in the last days. That when I come, I only come to make the scene, to make the seen, unseen, and the unseen seen, to make the above, the below, and the below, the above, to make the front, the back, and the back, the front. That's what he said. And then the second thing that he said is that if you were ever wondering where the truth is, to never look further than the tip of your nose. That's what he said in that book. And my mind was fucking blown. I'm gonna tell you why my mind was fucking blown. Because as soon as he said that, I said, is this the reason all the noses on all the statues everywhere on the goddamn planet are chopped the fuck off? Is this like the hidden thing that's right in front of our goddamn face everywhere? Because people are like, when I was just coming into quote black consciousness, the historians back then would tell us that the reason that the noses was gone was like Alexander the Great and like what's his name, Napoleon, you feel me? Whenever they would go into these places, because they were so jealous of black genius and they didn't want the world to know that it was black people who came up with all this awesome shit, you feel me? And so they would go to all these black places with all these black statues and these big ass nigga noses, and then they would just like lock the noses off so you wouldn't know it was niggas that did all the shit. And we bought that shit. Hook, line, and sinker. We bought that shit. I love us. I do. But we bought that bullshit. Why did we buy that shit? Why did we believe? Why was it so easy? Why was it so easy for us to just accept that shit? Sinuses are killing me. Huh? Not only were we so eager to accept that explanation about why all the noses lopped off, like everybody knows just lopped off like that, and all the noses that we saw was black people. So we was like, that sound like a reasonable explanation to me. All these black statues everywhere, they got their noses lopped off. But at the same time, to accept that means something else has to happen. Means, and it's not hard to do when you black, brown, red, yellow, and you grow up in colonial schools, and all you hear about is the awesomeness of white people, the awesomeness of white men. Then when you go out into the world, the last thing you want to know about is white people. The last fucking thing you try to do is learn anything voluntarily on your own because you in college or you out in the world. The last thing you want to do is learn a motherfucking thing about. You don't want to know nothing else about white people and white people history. You sure don't. Not realizing that all of the history that you learned about white people in these colonial schools was just the history that they wanted you to know, which is a sliver like that. But if you were learning history the way I teach you history, then you have to learn this adversary over here. You have to learn this thing over here to give perspective to what you thought was black and white over here. So all these years as a young revolutionary, because I joined the party, I joined a nationalist socialist organization when I was 24. And so the veterans in our organization, I think the youngest person next to me was like 65 years old. So these was veterans, these motherfuckers who had been in the Black Liberation Army, had been in the Black Panther Party. They was revolutionaries in action, not in word. You feel me? And so whatever they say, it's biblical. It's holy writ. Who am I to question what the elders got to say? First of all, it's not very dialectic. All right. And so a lot of what we learned from our veterans and our elders was based on a world that no longer exists. It was based on an understanding that was very linear. We see it all the time. Old people right now alive today in the age of information still say, well, that's just, I just believe it because that's just the way I was raised. That was just always what I was raised to believe. But baby, we don't live in that world anymore. That world is gone. The world is gone. And so what you believed, quote, because that's how you was raised and because that's how you grew up, that cannot be an excuse for ignorance anymore in the age of information when you can pick up a little black mirror, a little black box, and learn the history of the whole world in minutes. In minutes. You see? And so we, and I believe there's some psyop shit that I'm talking to y'all about. We have not taken collectively the time to adequately transition from one generation or one age to another that allows us to make a clean, identifiable break with the age of the old, taking with us those things from the age of the old that are applicable in the present and that can have some positive impact on the future that we're in the process of creating. So everything is all jumbled from boomers to Gen Alphas. It's a whole hot mess. It's a whole jumbled ass hot mess, right? And everybody's trying to explain it because especially poor baby Z's, Gen Z, Gen Alphas, y'all old bastards are giving these babies hell. Y'all old malignant bastards are giving these babies hell. Everything wrong with the earth is Gen Z's fault. Y'all giving these babies hell. You ain't giving them no solutions. You ain't giving them no explanations about what the fuck is happening to them. And in your mind, everything in the world is wrong with it. I can't even tell you how many videos come through my For You for whatever reason, because I do not even click on that bullshit. Of teachers talking about, I don't know what's wrong with Gen Zs, but don't nobody know how to read no more. Ew. Y'all gross me the fuck out. Y'all gross me the fuck out with that shit. Ooh, that shit be annoying me. Just thread after thread. And now AI is the reason. AI is the excuse for why your baby, for why these children cannot read. Why you, Mr. Teacher, Miss Teacher, have these babies in a classroom for 8 hours a day, and you are responsible for the transmission of information from you to them. And you, every time they can't meet the mark, the first thing you saying is they mamas must not be shit. Because I do everything that I can. I don't understand why these babies can't. Bitch, fuck you. And I taught. So bitch, fuck you. And I had some badass kids. The kids that I taught, I say they was bad. And I don't talk about babies like that. But I'm talking about how we talk about kids. There was days. I was like, yeah, there was days where I just wanted to take my shoes off, take little rings off, and go ahead, take the kids outside and just knuckle up. Just knuckle up. You understand? But I'm the grown-up. That's bottom. I'm the grown-up. You feel me? And so I know I'm talking about a lot. But I got on the generation thing. I got on the lopped off nose thing because it's one of these things that I'm always processing in real time about how information and the transfer of information, especially from generation to generation, is appearing to me. I'm always ever watchful about how information is transferred from generation to generation, and it's not happening in a vacuum. Our understanding of the world is impacted by this fake ass, false ass uterus that we live in. The uterus that we live in is a big ass, mechanized, bullshitting ass uterus created by your goddamn father gods in their desperate, evil, envious attempts to colonize childbirth. That's the bottom line. Every religion, that's the bottom line. Every spiritual system, that's the bottom line. I know it seems super simple. And maybe I have to come up with an even more concise way to explain that, because I know I can go off on tangents. But I always come back to the center. Everything in this world, and I mean everything, is a reflection of a moment in time that we cannot yet pinpoint. I tell you, one of my greatest ambitions, one of my greatest heart's desires, one of the things that I literally have wet dreams about, bitch, and I'm not even lying. As a matter of fact, 2 nights ago, I had a dream that I was in Italy. I talked to y'all about this a lot. That I was in Italy, and it's probably because the last live I did, I was talking about Italy. But anyway, I was like walking through this cave. I didn't know where the fuck I was until I came up from out of the cave, but I was walking in this cave and I kept hearing voices in the cave. There was nobody in the cave with me. Like a cave, almost like, yeah, like a long ass tunnel underground. And I kept feeling, couldn't see anything, but I kept feeling like what felt like hands, what felt like things reaching out for me, but like begging and pleading, like almost like crying. And I'm walking down this damn thing, and it's like long, and there are lights in it, so it's not dark. It's like this, like if you're a miner, you know how they would put lights on the top of the motherfucking cave and shit. And I'm walking through this shit, and it's like people's energy or their spirits are reaching out to me, trying to get me, help me. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps everywhere. Help me get out of here. Keep going, you're almost there. Keep going, you're almost there. Right? I have talked to y'all about this for years, man. This is the age of revelations. That's why everybody's talking about it. That's why there's so many movies coming about the end of the world and this and that. Because these motherfuckers that rule us right now have been planting this bullshit in our brains for the last 125 years, Hollywood, music, to fight like hell to prevent the inevitable. What's the inevitable? It's the apocalypse. They tell you in your face. It's the apocalypse. What's the apocalypse? What does apocalypse mean? To uncover, to reveal. That's what it means. What does revelation mean? To open a scroll. That's what it literally means. The etymology of revelation is to reveal what has been hidden through the opening of a scroll. That's what it means. That's all it means. That's all it means. So why did they give you a book unlike any other book in your Bible? All these books in the Bible. And the one book in the Bible at the very, very end is written like a modern day horror story, a horror story from which this book, however old it is, every goddamn horror movie you ever saw in your life is based in this book of Revelations in your Bible. Every monster ever created. Yep. Every caricature, every symbol. I'm telling you, this book right here will literally blow the lid off any monster, any malignancy, the seemingly odd, out of nowhere behaviors of every serial killer that's ever existed, all of it is here. All of it is here. You know why? Because every monster ever created. Remember I was telling y'all about that goddamn movie, that show that I used to love so much? The Witcher, with the boy who played Superman and he had white hair and shit in The Witcher. Remember that? And I happened to let The Witcher play out one day and was listening. You know how they have like little extras and stuff after the movie? And this guy did like a 20-minute extra, the guy who produced The Witcher. And he said, it's a funny little fact. And I love how they always play stupid. These directors, these producers, these writers. Like, bitch, your ass is in a secret society. Stop playing games with my motherfucking emotions. He says, it's a funny story. Nobody ever gets it though. All the monsters that The Witcher kills in the first season, every single monster that he kills is female. That's what that motherfucker said. I said, say what? He said every single monster that he kills in the first 2 seasons of the show are female. He said not only that, they're female because they're all based on actual folklore and fairy tales, mostly from Nordic, Celtic countries. That's what he said. So do you know what that translates to? These actual folklore from Nordic and Celtic regions of these female monsters. He done had this white-haired, white boy whose eyes turn white when he turns into the killer of these female monsters. And y'all don't think that shit matters. Is that every last one of these folklores, these quote monsters, were inverted versions of goddess stories. That's what I'm telling you. Everything is inverted. Every single solitary story of each of these female monsters, this white-skinned, white-haired, white-eyed bastard slays in the show, and we rooting for his ass, is an inverted malignancy through the lens of the son gone rogue, having turned her from the mother, whatever version of the mother she was in these folklore and traditions, transformed her from goddess into that which you love to hate. That which you love to hate. Every single serial killer that has ever existed on earth is an actual deliberate creation of the church, of the mosque, of the goddamn synagogue. Everyone. You read story after story after story after story about these motherfucking men, typically who were raised by single women. Why? Why are there so many men killing women out this motherfucker? Why is it that as soon as you find out these men who killing motherfuckers, they quote, daddy wasn't at home, you feel me? See, they was raised by single women, and so this becomes the excuse for why they go and kill women? Let me tell you why. Because your church primarily, because I don't know too many black Jews, you feel me? But I know they exist, but I don't know too many practitioners of Judaism like that that's black. But that goddamn church here in the United States, Protestant, that church, think about it. Jesus is the son, you feel me? But his mama, you don't even hear about that nigga daddy. His earth daddy. You know what I'm saying? His earth daddy. We have literally been shaped and molded to give our mothers no grace. That no matter what they do, no matter how much they take care of us, no matter how many jobs they work to take care of us, because they have, bum ass baby daddy off gallivanting in the motherfucking wilds somewhere, that no matter what our mothers do, this religion has taught us to deify the absent father and blame the present mother. You long for the absent father. You long for the missing father. Why? Because God is from you. Jesus is away from you. You have to seek. And what does the scripture say? You have to seek him. You have to seek him with something in long suffering, something in long suffering. Your heart, you're a baby and your heart is broken because you want your daddy. You feel me? But he can do no wrong. He can be a piece of shit. He can be a diabolical, monstrous motherfucker that your mama actually had to hide from. It didn't matter. The absentee father becomes the mystery, just like this fucking religion. Jesus is away from you. You ain't never seen that nigga face. You have to convince yourself that you hear his fucking voice. Meanwhile, God lives in your home. Meanwhile, God is getting her ass up at 5 o'clock in the morning when she don't want to motherfucking go to this bullshit ass job where some cracker is gonna get on her motherfucking nerves with a so-called microaggression that is literally the blades that's shortening her goddamn life expectancy every day to do the things at least bear minimally for you so that you do not have to live the life of long suffering that she had to live. There ain't nothing that she ain't willing to do for you. And there is nothing that she can do for you that will allow you to exalt her and revere her the way you do the absentee father. That your religion did that. You're not a bad person. Your religion did that. Your religion turned you into a soldier of the Lord. Why? Because we worship gods of war. Yahweh is a god of war. They don't even hide that shit. Yahweh is a god of war. Before y'all deified him the way you did, the motherfucker was the hijacked god of lightning. Yes, he was. He was a storm. Yahweh. And in terms of the hierarchies of quote deities in Leviticus. All right. Okay. So Trump is doing his little Jubilee thing this weekend. That's what I wanted to say. Doing his little Jubilee thing on the 17th. You don't think that the whole world, unendingly, is a ritual. Every day of your life is a ritual. Yep. Every day of your life is a ceremony. Yeah, man. Y'all still can't see me on YouTube? What the fuck, man? I guess that. Damn, that sucks. I guess I might close this out soon anyway. I'm fading. I'm tired. Okay. So, but let me get some things off my chest. Now I'll just do another live tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday anyway, so organize it to be like our temple service. Okay. Jubilee. Okay. So I'm telling you, there's a reason I brought up the whole thing about the two black goats being the Kemetic representation of the Gemini twins. And then they lifted that shit outright from the Egyptians, the goddamn Hyksos turned Jews. And so today, oh man, goddamn. Heck. Shit is stupid. Let's see. Stupid ass shit. Damn, man. Shoot. This shit is dumb. Okay. Let's see. Testing. So my mic is working. So let's see. Yeah, everybody's saying they can't hear me. God damn it. I might just have to refresh this thing again. This is stupid as fuck. Okay. What about now? Can y'all hear me now? Those of you on YouTube, can y'all hear me? Do not be swayed. This is an indication of effectiveness. Oof. That's the other thing I'm learning. I'm convinced this is what it is. You know how they tell you when you study so hard, your shit start turning like extra gray. Let's see. Is it this side? Look at that. Hey, this side too. Look at that. Look how gray that got. It's almost fucking white. Like overnight. Like it's been like the last 2 weeks. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, I got little grays around the edges, but what the hell is there? Looks like a whole colony up in there. Anyway, asking the question, am I gonna go gray gracefully if I won't keep coloring? Look at that. Oh wait, let me show you what I saw just the other day. Look at that. Look at that. I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, baby. I'm getting wise. Damn, is my audio still not? What the fuck is happening? Man, that is just stupid. I might have to get up off here. These motherfuckers playing. Damn. And oh, y'all can hear me now? This shit's dumb as fuck. God damn it. I'm about to have to take my ass to sleep. I'm mad. This shit's stupid as fuck. All right. Okay. So can I get a thumbs up? Can y'all hear me on YouTube? Okay. All right. So the long and short of it is black women. Black women, black women, black women, black women. I'm going to take a step further a little later, but Native American women too. Red women here in the United States. Everything has a center around them. If you in another country, same answer to the question. Start by centering the blackest, darkest skinned people in your country. Start centering their needs, their desires, their wants, their dreams, whatever that is. Africa, everybody on earth owes her. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. There ain't no stopping. What do you call it? Stop, pass, go. She is the center. Black-skinned women are the center in this moment. Now, I don't know what we're going to do about this bullshit that your president got planned for this Sunday. I've been plotting and scheming because I'm probably just going to go somewhere and with my bullhorn and just make some noise, like on some straight G shit. I don't know. But that's what you should know. In terms of the scapegoating, there was one more thing I wanted to draw out of this discussion about the sacrificial lamb, the scapegoat, whatever. So I, like probably everybody else in the country, have been paying some attention to the Kevin Hart roast thing. I think it was Sunday. And the first thing I saw, because it was just a clip somebody sent to me, was Cat Williams said, which was funny. And apparently Kevin felt away. And the only reason I'm mentioning it right now is because why am I mentioning it right now? Shit just went out of my head. The reason I'm mentioning it right now. There's some things that are done behind closed doors. A lot. But there are some things hidden right in plain sight. So I heard about Cat Williams' set and everybody was going off about it. There was something that he said that stuck out when he was wrapping up his set. When he was beginning his set, he was saying something to the effect of, they said that Kevin Hart was the GOAT. That's what he said. That's what he opened up with. He was like, he ain't the GOAT or something like that. Then they called the Kevin Hart event, like all these other events. They called the Kevin, what's his name? Yeah, they called his event the the roast. It was the Kevin Hart roast. And they called it a roast. They called Kevin the GOAT. Everyone's talking about, oh my God, this is a perfect example of a humiliation ceremony or a humiliation thing, right? And when I heard this girl's breakdown of the astrology for the next few days, and Gemini plays a central role in the astrology. Damn, man. Kevin Hart. So once I read this, the astrology for the day, I saw everybody's like little thing about Kevin Hart and how terrible the damn jokes were, how fucked up and how racist the jokes were. And then the other dude talked about George Floyd looking up at us and whatever the fuck else he said, right? And everybody was so caught off guard by what he said that it wasn't until today that they caught on to what happened on Monday, that they knew all of you would be talking about every day, going so super viral and so super ham about what happened Disneyland or Disney World or whatever the fuck. Kevin Hart had a stadium, actual fucking stadium, filled to the brims of people ready to criticize him, I guess, or whatever. And he gets up there and damn, man, keep losing my thought. He was there for a reason. I know y'all call it like humility rituals or humility homes. Yeah, no. Damn, man. The humility. This was a preamble. God damn, it's late and I'm losing my thoughts trying to connect the shit together. But it is Kevin Hart, the Kevin Hart roast, where he is the black short underdog, I'm gonna have to close this shit. I cannot even keep a fucking thought straight in my head. But I wanted to leave y'all with this, man. He's the ceremony. The fucking Jubilee is Sunday. The Yom Kippur 50th anniversary ceremony for the collective remission of sins of the goddamn Israeli, aka Jews. But do y'all not see how significant this is? This 250th quote birthday of the United States, Jubilee celebration, make America great, well, whatever the fuck happening on Sunday in the crest of the new moon in Taurus, as Uranus has just transitioned into Gemini a couple weeks ago. That's why Sunday, right? And this bullshit with Kevin Hart, especially the language, man. This bullshit with Kevin Hart felt like a preamble. Oh my God. It's not a preamble. Oh my God. You know how the last time I was on this live? As a matter of fact, I got notes. Hold on. I gotta stand up or something. I'm fading so hard. Okay. Here's that. And did y'all see that bullshit in Israel? What's this motherfucker name? Ben Gvir, the Israeli in goddamn Palestine, in occupied Palestine, turned 50. First of all, he looked old as Methuselah. This bitch turned 50 last week. And his wife had a personalized cake made for him with a giant golden noose on the fucking cake. A noose on the cake. Here it is. I spent a lot of time, y'all, last week talking about psychopomps, about the history of psychopomps, what a psychopomp is, how to recognize the goddamn symbolism that will let you know that you are looking at a psychopomp. What's the reason that I would go so hard on psychopomps? Is because a psychopomp is the consort of the goddess. So when you were looking at, quote, Saturn as a planet, right, or whatever, the psychopomp has always been presented to us as what? A spirit or a guiding force, literally a mind guide who helps to transition you between realms, to go from one realm to the other, the psychopomp. And so every time you think of psychopomps, you need to be thinking of entities like Eshu Elegba, Hermes, Mercury, the Grim Reaper, owls. There are a bunch of different icons that are considered psychopomps in their behavior. And the defining behavior is their job, which is to, quote, transition or be the conduit through thresholds of realms. Okay. And so one of the biggest icons of the psychopomp, of the archetype of the psychopomp, is the jester, the court jester. So the little man typically just got little ding, 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 dings on his ears, and he's doing a little juggling, and he might be, a little person or whatever, right? He, as a character, is a psychopomp because in all these histories, the psychopomp was also like, what do we used to say back in house party days? It's like but they the hype man. They there to get the party started. Whatever the party is, if it's a ritual, if it's a ceremony, if it's a group event, whatever, you honor the psychopomp of your choice to make sure that what you were doing in the ceremony, the ritual, whatever, is blessed by God or whatever, right? Those of you who are tuning in on IG, my feed is about to go out in like 21 seconds. I'll be honest, I don't even know if I'm going to bring it back up because I'm fading. There's so much I want to say, but I am fading. And so you can either come over here on YouTube, which is Daughter of the Fates. I'll catch you another day. I don't think I'm going to open my IG back up. But anyway, the psychopomp has always had very clear discerning images, symbols, so that you know when they have arrived to the scene. Typically, they will be dressed like a clown or a minstrel, something where they paint his face and this now. Damn, why is this shit not working? And I'm just stupid this shit. Bullshit. Right? Or they can be scary, like quote, the Grim Reaper or whatever. I'm saying all this because I'm looking at this damn Kevin Hart thing. I'm like, damn, I didn't even know this nigga was like that, right? It just occurred to me in this moment. Kevin Hart is a psychopath. Kevin Hart is a psychopath. That was the whole thing. Kevin Hart is a psychopath. Why would I say that? Because the first thing, everybody's always joking about his height, about how, quote, short he is. Everybody is always talking about his height. He's Mr. Funny Man, so the next thing you know, he dressing as Mr. Doubtfire and some shit, or whatever. The funny man is a psychopath. No matter what his brand of funny is, no matter if he's serving any the man, god damn it, man. Shit. Kevin is a psychopath. He's a funny man. He's a gesture. Plus, he's short. So short that everybody that knows and loves him is always talking about, quote, how short he is. He's a psychopath. He's a psychopath. And if he's a psychopath, because he is Mr. Funny Man and all that shit, I'm gonna have to get off here. I can't. And there's so much I want to talk to y'all about, but I'm gonna have to come back tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to sleep now. It's 1:25. I'm struggling. I'll get up tomorrow. I think I'm gonna do a live maybe 11 for the temple service. But just know that I wish I could say more. But Kevin Hart is a psychopath. He is. I'll be willing to bet money that he's met some goddamn. I can't even think straight. Ugh. I can't even think straight. Just know that Kevin Hart is a psychopath. This was a ritual that they just did. And man, yeah, I can't. There's so much I want to tell you. I'm gonna do a live. I'm gonna do it in the morning, either 10 or 11. But you'll get the notification. Make sure your notification buttons are on. And I'll be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tomorrow. But I'm faded, so I'm gonna go ahead and go. And I've been on here for 4 hours anyway. So thank you so much for tuning in. Share with a friend, and I will see you on next week. All right, peace.